Welcome to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Well, the headlines of, on the front pages of both newspapers. The Gleaner's headline is on another matter, but a lot of attention is taken up with the events in southwest St. Anne, where the PNP has been having difficulty appointing a candidate. And curiously, this is a seat that was originally won by Dr. Ivan Lloyd way back in 1944, and has consistently been won by the People's National Party, save for the elections of 1983, which were not contested by the People's National Party. And in fact, the Labour Party returned to Parliament with all 60 seats. But apart from that, that constituency has always been won by the People's National Party, and quite comfortably. And there is a commotion going on down there. And there are 4 candidates from the area. But the selection process has gone haywire, and so Sister P, no, not Sister P, Mother P, Mama P has stepped in, and she has made her choice, which she seems to be prepared to impose upon the constituency, although the people in the constituency, or a vocal number of the people in the constituency, are saying that they're not accepting any candidate from outside of the constituency. They want somebody who lives there and is from there and lives there. One is getting the impression that holes are being punched in Sister P's, I beg your pardon, Mama P's, holes are being punched in her seeming preparedness for the job that she has undertaken. And a question that arises is that if she cannot run her party with a greater appearance of competence, how is she going to run the country? She's imposing a young lady who has distinguished herself as a beauty queen. I think she's probably more known for that than anything else. I gather also she's a black belt. And a beauty queen. What she brings to the political theatre is entirely another matter. She just seems to have been plucked out of the air. But on the other hand, I think that there is some amount of hypocrisy in some of the discussions that I have heard. With persons who know better, asking why it is that that a person from within the constituency has not been named. I think the answer to that question is well known. I don't want to go into it myself. Right? I don't want to be saying things that, if asked to prove, I will be in no position to. But like other people, I understand that there is a bit of a problem. And I should think that that is what is predominant in the mind of the Prime Minister and party leader. So I think that she's deserving of some amount of sympathy and approval for trying to deal with the issue. But I'm not sure that she has done it well. And, it has created a lot of commotion. And I don't know. I don't know whether Lisa Hanna is going to be able to carry it off, and whether if the Prime Minister insists on appointing her, whether she's going to be able to heal the breach in that constituency. But we shall see, shan't we? There's another matter that came before the House yesterday. It has to do with the appointment of Mrs. Phyllis Mitchell some time ago to a junior ministry after she had won an election a controversial election, and the matter was taken to the courts, and eventually the courts declared against her. So she had to leave the seat and, of course, leave the ministry. The effect of that decision of the court was that she was unqualified to be in that position of a junior minister. And the question that now, the government has brought legislation designed to the salary that she received as a minister, the question arises as to whether she should be called upon to repay that salary. It seems to me, that I don't know. Maybe I heard Mr. Frank Phipps on the program this morning saying that in view of the court contest over her victory in the election, the government or the Prime Minister ought not to have appointed her to that position. And that may very well be right. The question is, though, the Prime Minister having appointed her and she having done the work, and one assumes that she did the work of a junior minister and was paid for it. I think that must be the presumption. I think it would be unfair, she having done the work, to now be demanding that she pay back the money. The suggestion there would be that that people who are ministers are collecting salaries as a matter of them having some sort of right or whatever it is to collect this money, quite apart from any service that they are providing to the public. I think that would be unacceptable. Not a privilege. The salary is not a privilege that they're collecting. They are working for it. That must be the presumption. If they're not working, well, they shouldn't be there. So presumably she did some work, and she was paid for the work. She did. I don't think it would be right for her. If there is impropriety in her appointment, well, that would be a matter for the Prime Minister, and maybe the Prime Minister should fork out the money, but not she. I don't think so. The Auditor General is out with another report. Oh, I see. I'm being told that this isn't a new report. This is a report from last year. The Parliament is apparently just getting around to noticing it. And, okay, I'm being asked to take a break.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is 10:15.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think Paper Place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Hi, I'm Dr. Freddie Clark. Did you know that a heart attack is the #1 cause of unexpected sudden death in Jamaica? You can stop a heart attack before it happens by obtaining a CT coronary angiogram. This sophisticated, client-friendly, and quick X-ray test detects diseased arteries of the heart. These can generally be treated and a heart attack avoided. The 64-slice CT scanner is today's ideal technology for this test. Call us at X-Ray and Diagnostic Ultrasound Consultants Limited. This test could save your life.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on land. The Auditor General's report has been pointing out for a long time the improper expenditure of public funds in a variety of ways. For example, when contracts are given out to one person in excess of the limit beyond which these contracts should be examined by the National Contracts Committee. But a contract for 60 million is cut up into a whole lot of little contracts of 4 million or under 4 million. That is illegal, you know. And there are a lot of other instances that he has brought to mind, to attention. And these illegal activities just keep going on, right? The suggestion is now being made that public servants who engage in such conduct should be called upon to pay consequences. And I don't really see what argument there can be raised against that. Because if it goes on and no consequences result, then they'll just keep on doing it. But the same sort of thing is happening at a higher level, you know. The government is committing itself to expenditures without parliamentary approval. There was a particular case that came to attention not so long ago when it was discovered that the Prime Minister, former Prime Ministers, were being paid increases in pensions. And in fact that their pension was being determined, was equal to the salary of the current Prime Minister. And that was being done illegally, without parliamentary approval. But then, of course, the minister comes whenever he feels like it to the Parliament, and the matter is rubber-stamped, and that is how we've been going on. You know, the law is not a shackle. And part of the problem, well, the basic problem, it seems to me, is that, and I don't think that this is being taken account of in the green paper that is before Parliament now, that was tabled yesterday, I believe. I have to get a copy of it. that Parliament does not represent, the Member of Parliament does not represent the people of the people who elected him. He doesn't represent them. The Member of Parliament represents his party. And the Minister of Finance can do anything with public funds because he knows, he's confident, there can be no question that when he is ready to come to Parliament to have it endorsed, that Parliament, the majority in Parliament, are going to agree to endorse it. Matter done. Right? The people, the members of Parliament, are not the representatives of the people. They are the representatives of their party. And their loyalty is not to the people, it is to the party. Do you remember some years ago when Omar Davis woke up one morning and announced that the banks were making a lot of money, and therefore he was going to impose a 23% cess, and that cess would come into effect immediately? He didn't go to Parliament for the matter to be debated and to get a parliamentary approval, as the Constitution requires. The Constitution is not a shackle. So he can do what he wants and then at some later date go to Parliament confident, no question at all. Parliament will endorse it. And it seems to me that is where any talk of constitutional change must begin, if it is to be really significant and to affect the lives of people in Jamaica. The Parliament, the Member of Parliament, must be the representative, not of a party, but of his people. Right? And he must be put in a position where, as long as the people of his constituency are satisfied that he is representing their interests in Parliament, he can be confident of their vote, whether or not the party leader or the party approves of him. That's where we need to be thinking, but that issue of constitutional change, I'm not sure why it has been brought up now. It's some, seeking for votes, seeking to give the impression that the government really represents something valuable to the people of Jamaica. Do they? Okay. Okay. The Air Jamaica. The Air Jamaica issue came up in Parliament yesterday. Another case in which, I don't know, the government seems to have acted. The matter was not brought to Parliament. There was no debate about it. The action was just taken. Under the covers. And the impression one has is that if the Virgin Atlantic chairman had not spoken about it a couple of weeks ago, we wouldn't today have known anything about it. That is not the procedure of a democratic government. And when you bear in mind that that, what Air Jamaica has cost the people of this country. They've been asking about whether we can afford free education for our children. Well, I'm sure that what has gone into Air Jamaica out of the public pocket would have gone one hell of a lot of the way to providing free education and possibly free health care for our people. A huge amount of money has been consumed by Air Jamaica. And I don't know, is it gross mismanagement or is there something else in there? I have a feeling that mismanagement isn't enough to explain what has happened. And Mr. Golding is now calling for an investigation into whether, where Air Jamaica should go from here. And I think it is absolutely worthwhile. We need to get to, put that Air Jamaica issue squarely on the table and debate it and discuss, among other things, whether the public of Jamaica, there is any reason why the public of Jamaica, the poor people of Jamaica, should continue to contribute to what seems to be a pointless exercise. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, creating wealth for our clients every single day. For effective stock portfolio management, speak to our expert investment advisors today. Telephone 960-6390-4. The time by Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5 is 10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 form ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. Today will be mainly sunny. During the afternoon, look for isolated showers, especially over hilly areas. Expect windy conditions along southern parishes. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be mainly sunny with windy conditions mainly over southern parishes. On Friday and Saturday, expect partly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms during the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family, with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family, with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods,
lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Fine food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
The following is a paid announcement by G2K. After struggling to find some money to pay for medical tests, a man has died after being transferred to the KPH where they could not find him a bed.
But 40,000 have to come up front before they can do no scam or anything. So I'm there to see him where put down. Then I start look after him. Yep.
Man can't up on his deathbed. I have to take him to the hospital and him have to take $40,000 before you move the man for saving life. That rubbish, man. Jamaica come.
Arrangements were made for the man to be transferred to the Kingston Public Hospital.
Unfortunately, there was no bed, and the patient's condition deteriorated quite rapidly.
Imagine the man dead because they couldn't find him a bed. Boy, this your government, your pop down health care. As so PNP make poor people have to suffer. A time for a change. The proceeding was a paid announcement by G2K. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello, morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Audley Shaw.
Why you bawling out all of my name for, sir?
That's not all. There's more to come.
You forgot Fitzalbert.
Look here. I'm amazed that you have time to laugh. I hear that another world-class beauty queen is being lined up to come and flush you out of your constituency. You haven't heard?
Oh, boy. I tell you, interesting days in Mutty.
Oh, most interesting.
And some clear signs of desperation as well.
Well, I don't know. The lady's very beautiful, you know.
Uh-huh.
You don't think so?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I think if they had sent her there, she would turn your head.
You better not draw me, Tug.
Oh boy, what fascinating times we live in. You know,
with laughter is good for you, though, you know.
It is absolutely wonderful. Yes, and I think we're getting as much as we need of it.
Oh boy,
you know. And the cartoonists are helping us too, you know.
Yes, we have to give them thanks.
Oh yes, Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
This matter of the Sandals White House.
Yes.
Matter, affair. The opposition and the government members of the committee, Public Accounts Committee, seem to have been unable to arrive at any consensus concerning the report.
Mutty, let me say this. The basic problem in the deliberations was that we believe that, because ultimately it is the recommendations that the gravamen of the report ends in what is recommended.
Yes.
Right? because it is in the recommendations that you can sort of, have a compass of the way forward.
And the purpose of the recommendations would be to prevent such things happening again.
Absolutely, right? And as a matter of fact, if it is determined that after this exhaustive examination, we haven't really even arrived at all of the answers that we need.
Then the extensive examination would have been a colossal waste of time.
A waste of time. And if it indicates that we need to do something else, then even if it's going to take a little more time, you might as well commit yourself and have it done. In order to absolve it from being a colossal waste of time.
Yes.
So I just want to make the point that the recommendations section of the majority report, we support it.
You support them?
We support the recommendations.
I see.
In the majority report. The problem is that the recommendations do not go, in our opinion, they do not go far enough. Okay? So, in terms of our recommendations now, we have put forward a case for two types of audit, two specific types of audit. One is in the classic accounting jargon. One is called a financial audit.
Yes.
The other is a forensic financial audit. And I will explain the difference. But the other two recommendations we made, because there are four main recommendations, the other two are that we should ask the Solicitor General to advise as to whether the UDC can seek a redress in terms of recovery of funds based on existing indemnity clauses that were in the contracts, one between Andeco, that is the owners of the hotel, and the UDC, who were the project managers.
Who's this, Andeco?
No, Andeco, Akendown Development.
Oh, yes.
The owners of the Sandals White House.
Yes.
They had an indemnity agreement between themselves and UDC, who were the official project managers.
Yes.
Although, remember, UDC was also one of the partners.
Yes.
And so that was one indemnity.
But hold on, this is important. UDC was the project manager.
Yes.
And also a partner in the
yes. And this is one of the recommendations in the majority report, by the way, to which we agree, that in future, a partner in a project ought not be named to be a project manager.
Yes.
Because that in itself represents a conflict of interest.
Yes.
Right? So that is in the majority report. We didn't seek to place in the minority report recommendations that were already in the majority report and to which we agree.
Yes.
We sought to put recommendations in the minority report which the government refused to accept to be placed in the majority report.
Mr. Shaw.
And I'm just saying that in terms of the indemnity, what is ironic, Mutty, is that the majority report refers to the need to put in place indemnity agreements and so on, while ignoring the fact that in respect of the Sandals White House project, there were two indemnity clauses. One was between ANCO and UDC.
Yes.
The other one was between the UDC and Nevalco, where Nevalco indemnified the UDC against overruns that were incurred without the approval of the UDC.
Yes.
And so they don't want to go there. They don't want to go there. And we are saying we should go there. We should seek the Solicitor General's advice to interpret those two indemnity agreements to see whether there is any possibility that we could recover some money.
Yes. But Mr. Shaw, we ordinary people outside of Parliament, what we understand to have happened is that this partnership was formed. It was estimated, first of all, that the hotel that was designed would cost $60 million US.
Yes.
That was revised to $70 million US. And then shortly before, I think, the hotel was completed, it was disclosed that it had in fact cost $113 million. $113 million.
Or $43.36 million US dollars above the final agreed figure.
Absolutely.
Representing a 70% increase in the cost of the project.
Absolutely. And that was not
Which
the
is
subject.
a horrendous increase.
Yes, and that was not the subject of any approval by the partner, any formal agreement approval.
That's right. That is right.
So 40 million.
And ironically enough, it was not until January of the year in which it was being handed over, which was like another month or so later,
yes,
2 months, that we were first told, okay, the overrun, it's not 70 million anymore, it is 85 million, or 15 million more.
Yes.
And then a few weeks later, we were told, okay, it's not $85 million anymore.
Yes.
It is $95 million. So that went up from a $15 million overrun to $25 million overrun.
Yes.
And then came in, by this time now, the opposition had, brought everything out into the public. And the Prime Minister then called Mr. Hilton, Noel Hilton, to do what is now referred to as the Hilton report that doesn't exist. Okay? And that report, in that report, Mr. Hilton pinned down the figure at not 25 million, but 41 million.
Yes.
Which later increased to 43.36 million US dollars.
And
over, what is that now? Certainly in the region of 3,000 million Jamaican dollars. Right?
Hold on for a moment,
representing us.
Hold on for a moment, please.
I love Easy Flow liquid spray starch. The iron doesn't stick to my clothes. Trust me, no build-up. It's wrinkle-free, non-flaky, and it leaves my clothes looking neat and smooth. Easy Flow liquid spray starch, distributed by Barco Caribbean Limited. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is
10:45. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender body wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston. 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. Today will be mainly sunny. During the afternoon, look for isolated showers, especially over hilly areas. Expect windy conditions along southern parishes. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be mainly sunny with windy conditions mainly over southern parishes. On Friday and Saturday, expect partly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms during the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New 4-Way Pharmacy Drugstore and Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz, and Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Vest is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Yes! Jamaica Popular Song Evolution Tour. Logie, the 10 finalists are coming to your parish. See them live and vote for your favorite. Final lap, Park Walker Square, St. Thomas, and Saturday, July 7th. Then Oteria Square on Saturday, July 14th. The Evolution Show is free. Brought to you by Digital, the official mobile network for Festival 2K7. Taste this, CBM TV, Jamaica Trade and Invest, and the PSTP, Jamaica Observer, RETV, X News. Check out the Observer for details. Jamaica Festival 2K7, take it to another level. See for Senate, make sure the one on the day.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, Mutty.
Now, one of the partners in this enterprise was the Butch Stewart entity, Gorstew.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Apart from that...
Three partners were
Gorstew,
NIBJ,
and the
UDC.
And UDC.
Two of them, of course, being
public companies.
Public government
entities.
Owned by the people of Jamaica.
Yes.
Companies. And one
now, as I understand it,
company.
An attempt was made to implicate Gorstew in the responsibility for this overrun.
Yes, and it is also one of the mantras of the government, even in the majority report.
Yes.
Where, Member Juna in particular keeps referring to what is called a technical services agreement, in which he claims that Gorstew used that through its agent, a company called Implementation Limited, to demand whatever they wanted. And, the fact is that regardless of what was written in the technical services report, the agreement was based on the hotel to be built at a certain price.
But in any event...
And the hotel was priced on the basis of hotels are built every day all over the world.
Yes.
So you're not dreaming up a price. You come up with a price based on experience and based on what you know is the average cost per room to construct a certain type of hotel.
Yes.
And the fact is, it has been disingenuous, both by the UDC and also subsequently the government members on the committee, to try to suggest that Gorstew was equally as culpable, along with UDC, in these overruns.
Well, hold on, Mr.
It is the UDC. UDC controlled the purse strings.
Yes.
The UDC drew the checks. The UDC were the project managers. The UDC's agent, Mr. Alston Stewart, said in one of his site meetings to everybody, including Astrom, the contractors, Implementation Limited, and everybody else. He says, listen, you can ask for a Rolls Royce if it is not in the budget, and if I, in the authority given to me, don't approve it. You can ask for it, but you're not going to get it. Yes. And if you ask for it and want it, you have to pay for it. So Mr. Stewart was very explicit. Then comes Mr. Soboki from Astrom Limited, who then told the committee, he says, listen, if we had to follow the dictates of Mr. Stewart, otherwise we wouldn't get paid. And so we had everything. He says initially there were some areas of misunderstanding, and Mr. Stewart...
He had to follow.
Sorry?
They had to follow the dictates of Mr. Stewart.
Otherwise he wouldn't get paid.
Otherwise they wouldn't get paid?
Yes.
So hold on. So Mr.
In
Stewart...
other words, as Trump said, all approvals had to be made by Navalco Limited, who were the agents of UDC on the site. And that was consistent with what Mr. Stewart himself said. He said, that is Austin Stewart. He said, you can ask for anything you want. You can ask for a Rolls Royce. But I, in the authority given to me, must approve everything. And that is in accordance and it is in accordance with the budget that has been put forward for this project.
So who is the I that must approve everything?
Mr. Stewart, Alston Stewart.
Oh, Alston Stewart.
Alston Stewart.
Yes.
Yes. The head of Navalco. Not Butch Stewart,
yes.
The head of Gorsu.
No, Butch Stewart.
Alston Stewart, the head of Navalco.
The Butch Stewart group would have been a minority partner.
Yes, yes. I think it was a 1/3 ownership.
Yes. So there was no way. Was there any way in which that minority party could have imposed its will upon the majority?
Well, this is what that is what they are attempting to suggest.
But how could that be?
But as we have put in the minority report, while it is suggested, there is no proof that has been brought to back up that suggestion. In other words, while there is adequate proof that has been put on the table that says Mr. Stewart, Alston Stewart, asserted his own authority over the project. There was no evidence that was put forward to suggest that Gorstu sought to use its 1/3 ownership to exercise any power.
But even if it did, even if Gorstu wanted to, and sought to do so, how could it possibly have done so without the approval of the majority members?
The majority members, which then you're talking about the board of ANCO.
The board of, yes.
Board of ANCO. And to the extent, Gorstu, of course, cannot escape total blame in this matter. Because for 14 months, the board of management of ANCO did not meet.
Yes.
And that, in fact, is one of the issues in terms of the conclusions that we arrived at.
You mean ANCO?
The board of, the board of ANCO.
Being the partnership.
The partnership.
Yes.
Did not have any formal meetings for a period of 14 months. And it was primarily during that period of 14 months that the overruns took place.
Yes.
So that in itself requires further probing as to why it is that the board of ANCO that was managing a multi-million US dollar, multi-billion Jamaican dollar project should have been failing to meet over a 14-month period during which overruns were taking place left, right, and center, and there was no approval taking place by the board.
Yes, but Mr. Shaw, we, the members of the public, are not really concerned about what Gorstu did and any overruns that Gorstu found itself obliged to pay. What we are interested in is the public interest.
Yes.
And Gorstu, as I understand it, had no power to determine the expenditure of public resources.
Absolutely not.
So our concern...
Absolutely not.
Our concern...
Yes.
...is with that $43 million US of overruns, what portion of that is going to fall to what is going to be a public liability?
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. And how did it come about that public liability was incurred?
Yes.
Now,
and hence, Mr. Perkins.
Was it due to was it due to incompetence?
Yes.
Or was it due to something else?
Yes. And if you conclude that there was poor management of the project, then was the poor management and the appointment of the poor management, was it a deliberate act?
Yes.
And who benefited from that poor management?
Absolutely.
And hence, that in fact, you have given me the precise opening to justify our call for two types of audit. One is a financial audit. And let's talk about that for a moment. The Contractor General had also called for that. The Contractor General says, this thing cannot be completed until we have a financial audit. He called upon the Auditor General to do it. Okay? Now, what the financial audit would do is, first of all, establish, were there controls in place? Did they break down? Why did they break down?
Yes.
Okay? We don't feel that has been adequately addressed yet. Number two, as you just said, what is the overall implication of this vast overrun of 70%?
Yes.
Something that should have made ANCO and its Project Sandals White House viable at $70 million US. Is it now viable at $130 million US?
Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment, please.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns, and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, Shop number 9, Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center, and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11 o'clock.
Feeling, and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Digicel give me real value. $8 Digicel to Digicel rate.
Free Digicel points to buy a new phone when I add credit.
Or when I pay my bill.
Digicel is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal?
Them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shaw. We're back.
Yeah, so just to wrap up, the reason for the financial audit, Mutty,
yes,
is to say that if you put together the framework of a business plan for a hotel at $70 million US, and it runs over by 70%.
Yes.
There must be serious issues of the very viability of the project at 40% higher.
Yes.
Right? And so the financial audit, apart from the internal controls and why did they break down and what are the consequences of that, you would then have to say find out what is the present state of ANCO and its solvency. What are the additional costs? We have been told that, of course, you have them in court now, where they are making certain claims, right? We are also told that some of the furniture and fixtures, there have been problems with that. They have to be changed out. There are interest costs that are involved that are not calculated in yet. There are certain contractors' costs and legal costs. We don't think that the $43 million US, it represents the final figure of the overrun on that project. So the financial audit would seek to pin down all of that. Incidentally, by the way, apart from knowing whether ANCO is in fact solvent, no. We do know that NIBJ, who was forking out a lot of the money, which is our money, much of it comes from the bauxite levy money, okay, was in fact had exceeded their prudential limit of only 10% of its assets being invested in any one project. They exceeded that by many, many leaps and bounds, to the point that in several of the board minutes meetings of the NIBJ, they said that their exposure to this one project, Sanders White House, was threatening the very solvency of the National Investment Bank of Jamaica.
Yes.
Which is part of what led to the minister hurrying up and winding it up and putting it into the Development Bank of Jamaica.
Yes, sir, but I come back to the point that is of public concern.
Yes.
Did that overrun occur? And remembering that 2/3 of the vote on that board was public.
Yes.
Right? National Investment Bank and the other one there, Mr. Vin Lawrence's.
Yes, UDC.
UDC. Right? Now, the question is, could that overrun have occurred merely on the word of Gostiu, or must it have been approved by the 2/3 majority holders? A. B. Why did that overrun occur? Was it a matter of unforeseen changes in the circumstances? Was it a matter of incompetence? Or was it a matter of self-interest?
What
was it that happened?
Which is why, Mutty, in addition to the financial audit,
yes,
we have recommended that there is also the need for a forensic financial audit, and let's explore why. The forensic financial audit seeks now, because remember where you have breakdown in controls, where the UDC in testimony to answering a question that I asked admitted that there were expenditure taking place there without, in some cases, the approval of the UDC.
Yes.
Meaning to say, Mr. Stewart and Navalco were expending without the direct approval of the UDC. That came in testimony.
Yes.
Now, in those circumstances,
they were what? Spending money
without the approval in some cases of the UDC itself.
Oh.
Right?
Now, why did the UDC allow that?
The UDC were the project managers.
Yes.
And that's the question. Why did they allow it? And the point that the forensic auditors will tell you is that in circumstances where the controls are broken down, then there is a clear and present danger for corruption or fraud to take place.
And, or it may be that they broke down.
Where corruption and fraud can take place.
Yes.
It is only a forensic audit that can follow the money trail that is going to tell you whether there was fraud involved or not.
Yes.
And you will recall that Mr. Omar Davis in the past has found it necessary, if he doesn't feel that he has the requisite skills and experience in Jamaica. In the past, he has found it necessary to go as far as Canada and bring forensic banking experts from there to come down during the FinSA crisis, you remember? Right? So, there is no interest by the government members in pursuing either the financial audit or in pursuing the forensic financial audit, as has been recommended by the opposition members. And we are saying very simply, unless you do these things, now, you know, let's put a matter to rest. The Auditor General, or I think it was the agent from the Ministry of Finance, who said that, well, you know, a normal audit should be done. Well, the point is, we have had a so-called forensic audit report. Turns out that was only from a contractor's, builder's point of view. It wasn't from a financial point of view. The Contractor General himself concluded you need a financial audit. The man from the Ministry of Finance said, well, in the normal course of activities, you must have an audit. Well, we as a PAC have been sitting there for 8 months. We come to this end here. We don't have the final answers. And we are saying you cannot have the final answers until you have the financial audit in place. And the government is refusing to put that in its recommendation.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Shaw, it seems that after all these months of public inquiry, before the Public Accounts Committee, or by the Public Accounts Committee, we don't really know what it is that we need to know.
That is the point, Mr. Perkins. That is the point. Where is the beef?
Yes.
You understand? Why did we have a 70% overrun?
Absolutely.
Why?
And where did that money go?
Where did the money go? Right? There are many, many stories, you know. There are many, many stories.
And why would the operators or those who had public responsibility in relation to this project, why would they have allowed such an overrun to occur?
Yes. And have it remember, you know, that...
And hold on. Yes. And are they able to point to any benefits that have accrued from this overrun that would not otherwise have accrued?
Precisely. Because remember, you know, in the minority report, and let me tell you something, you know, Mutty, you have the government members have made their little snide remarks that, you know, we appear to be in support of Gorstew, and you know, and this is not the point, as you have said. Gorstew didn't hold the purse strings.
No.
Okay, and in fact, apart from the injection of their own equity of the land, and I think a nominal $5 or so million US. I mean, I could stand corrected there. In terms of cash injection.
Yes.
The great bulk of the cash injection
was public.
Yes. Done by we the people of Jamaica, not by Gorstew, with all due respect to them. It was done by we the people of Jamaica. It was being managed by the UDC, which is owned by we the people of Jamaica.
Yes.
And therefore, they had the preeminent duty and responsibility to protect the revenue of the country.
Yes.
And to this day, at the end of this report, we do not have a proper explanation as to why we had this overrun.
Yes.
Remember that Gorstew said, and you cannot ignore the fact, that they are experienced in the business of building hotels. They are in Turks and Caicos, they are in Nassau, they are all over the place, they are building these fancy hotels all over the place. They must have some benchmark and knowledge of what it costs to build a good hotel. And they said in testimony to the Public Accounts Committee, they said if this Sandals White House were to become a standard by which hotels are built, then it would become totally uneconomical to build hotels in Jamaica. That is said in testimony at the PAC.
From Gorstew?
By Gorstew. And Gorstew went on to say that they support the call of the Contractor General for a financial audit. And they went on to say that a proper audit of the project would mean that you have to take everything and price them at prevailing. I mean, the exact quotation is in the report. I'm sorry, I don't have it before me here. But it makes a lot of sense what they said in terms of how you go about it. Now, as far as I can see, it seems to me patently clear that Gorstew has come to Parliament and they have been absolutely devastating in their criticism of the way in which the project was managed. And what they have also said is that they themselves questioned why it is that the UDC, who are the project managers,
yes,
and they were also the chairman of the board of ANCO, who had the power to call the board meetings. Why did they not invoke their power to call the board meeting?
Yes.
Did they have something to hide? These are questions that remain unanswered, and we now have these reports in Parliament, and the government wants to go and quickly debate it now and put the matter to rest forever. I have said on a television program last week, and I'm going to repeat it on your program today, that when the Jamaica Labour Party comes into power, we intend to carry out the forensic audit of Sanders' White House. It must be carried out, Mutty, because if you want to make an example of something, you don't whitewash it. You don't carry it to a point where, the government report, the majority report refers to, we have sought to be balanced in our presentation. Who wants to be balanced? When you're searching for the truth, you're not looking for balance, you're searching for the truth.
Yes.
What is this foolishness about being balanced in trying to present a report? The purpose of the investigation is to find out the truth as to why there was a 70% overrun for money that is needed for education. It could finance cost sharing for 5 years.
You have visions of men in short pants.
Absolutely.
Hold on a moment for me, Mr. Shaw, please.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
The following is an important notice from Scotiabank. Scotiabank is advising all its customers not to give personal or confidential banking information such as numbers for their savings and checking accounts, credit and debit card details to persons claiming to conduct interviews on behalf of Scotiabank. Scotiabank is now conducting a customer satisfaction survey through Decima Research in Canada, and the only information requested is the name of the customer. This is an annual survey in which the bank gathers feedback on customer service, and no financial or demographic information is requested. Additionally, Scotiabank is advising customers not to share confidential personal or bank information with persons requesting these details by telephone or email. It is not Scotiabank's policy to ask customers to verify or update personal and confidential bank account information online. Customers are therefore being asked to ignore these requests. Persons who provide confidential information, such as savings and checking account numbers or credit and debit card details, stand the risk of compromising their banking information and exposing themselves to fraud. Scotiabank is asking customers who receive telephone calls or emails that appear suspicious to contact the bank at 960-2675. That was an important notice from Scotiabank.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DRE Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, Serious Business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
I want to make way for your listeners, but I just want to make one final point. That the fourth recommendation, remember the three gone are the financial, the forensic financial, and the indemnity for the Solicitor General to look at that.
Yes.
And the fourth one now has to do with the fact, and the majority report refers to, in a recommendation, to the need to tighten up the laws on the award of contracts, because remember that this violated the contract award process in the first place. Okay?
Yes.
Well, we have gone further in the minority report, because what we have said, here you are now, you come and just speak in sort of in platitudes about the need to look at the laws and improve the laws, and we are more specific than that. For 1 year now, the leader of the opposition, Mr. Golden, has tabled on the order paper in Parliament an act to amend the Contractor General Act, which would make it illegal to violate the contract award process.
Well, it's already illegal.
Illegal.
But I take it what you mean is impose consequences.
Yeah, sure. And yes, well, it to impose penalties, prison terms,
yes,
money penalties, everything like that.
And there's a discussion going on about that in Parliament now, isn't there?
Sorry, right?
Eh?
Sorry?
There's a matter related to that on the order paper now.
It's on the order paper.
Yes.
Mr. Golden took the time, he worked with the Parliamentary Council, and he got the proper formatting and everything. In other words, what they are referring to in their recommendation as the need to look at. We're saying no need to look at. There is a bill on the order paper, debate it and pass it into law. That's what we're saying. And that's the gravamen of the 4 recommendations which we have placed on the minority report. And we believe...
And the government didn't agree with that.
We believe, Mr. Perkins, that it would be a great injustice to all the time and money that has been spent already if we were to close the matter now without bringing on board those 4 very important and specific issues that can help us to get to the bottom of the matter.
It would be a greater injustice to the people of Jamaica, Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
Whose children cannot be properly educated.
Yes.
Who cannot get proper health care.
Yes.
And all this kind of thing.
Yes.
If we should sit there and allow
this, yes,
this kind of thing to go on and on and on.
Wash it and say, in future we must do this, and in the future we must do that. Mutty, as you mentioned that about education, let me say one thing about health. Last week, we were told that under 18 would be free in the hospitals. Not
Yes.
so? Weren't we told that?
Yes.
Under 18-year-old children,
Yes.
18 and under, free
Medical treatment.
medical treatment at the hospital.
Yes.
I am to advise you, sir, that on Thursday, a parent came to me. Her 14-year-old son had broken his arm. Went to the Percy Junior Hospital. They advised him, we can do the operation for you, but you need a pin. It's one of these. They call it a nail. There's I don't know if I think they gave the mother a prescription and said, now you've got to go and get this metal pin. We need this pin for this operation. We don't supply the pin. We don't have the pin. You are going to have to buy the pin. And of course, who does she come to? She comes to me. So, I tried my best, and the circumstances are there, and so. Then we said, where is it? And a doctor in Mandeville supplies it. $4,500 later. So much for free health care.
But hold on.
You're going to... I'm also told, Mr. Perkins, that there is a sign at the Mandeville Regional Hospital.
Yes.
And if it is not so, I stand corrected. But the people that told me are not irresponsible. They said they saw a sign at the hospital that referred to the fact that not all medication will be free. Okay? Now, I cannot determine, and I'm looking into it, whether that sign also referred to 18-year-old and under. But all I'm saying to you, if you're going to declare free health care, and then doctors are saying, well, free health care, yes, for what we are providing here, but if you need critical material for surgery, then you have to go buy that material at a private place and come back with it.
Well, I got a note from a man.
Yes.
Or from a person. Yeah, a man it was, who said that he had taken his child, had been taken to the Bustamante Hospital, Children's Hospital, that they had, examined the child and diagnosed and prescribed. And the prescription was given to them, and they had to go and buy the medicine outside.
Well, there you go. Right. So it is, if you don't, it's one thing to say what we have is free, but then God bless what they have.
Well,
if they don't have the medication, and they don't have the pins and the other critical materials that are needed, whether it is for heart surgery or bone reconstruction or whatever.
What they're calling treatment is telling you what your problem is and what you need to have, and you have to go and buy that thing.
Yes. And all of that, Mutty, certainly some of our inability to provide those basic services are because of the kind of waste and corruption like Sandals White House.
Yes.
That we want to just sweep under the carpet and continue business as usual.
Yes.
Have a good day.
That sounds like a short pants matter, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins, and how are you today? How are you today?
Not too bad, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask one question. Am I on there?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Why is Portia trying to lose the election?
Why is she trying to lose the election? Is that what she's trying to do?
Yes, I think she's trying to lose the election.
I don't think so.
Yes, man.
No, man.
Why you want to take somebody that don't know anything about a certain community and put them there to run?
Well, I suspect that what is happening, Mom.
No, that is not wise. I think she needs to change those advisors that she have around her.
Look here, I suspect that what is happening is that Mama P is of the view that she is loved by the people.
That is true. She is loved by the people.
The people are her children. Right? And that I mean, in any properly run household, the children don't run things.
I agree that
they don't make the vital decisions.
I agree that mommy
the vital decisions are made by Mama and Papa, and the children are obliged to go along with them. Right?
No, but
So Mama is making the decisions. Mama P.
no, but Mr. Perkins,
Yes.
even you being the child, and mommy is making some decision that you don't agree with. Don't you going to talk up and let her know that she's doing something wrong and she needs to stop and take charge and look around and see what she's doing wrong?
Oh, no.
Of course.
No.
Of course.
Mama will get out the strap.
Well, sometimes you have to face up to the strap and let it be known that you're not in agreement.
Eh?
You have to let it be known that you're not in agreement.
No, man.
I'm not in
You're a
agreement
child.
with what she's doing.
You are a child.
Two man at the election.
Mama knows what is best for you. Right?
Mr. Perkins said that should do election.
What?
She's throwing away the election. And
No,
if,
man.
if she continue like
How
that,
can she
it's a-
How can she throw away the election?
You have,
When
you-
Bishop Finn, Pastor Finn told you that God had already determined
has already determined that she'll win.
that she'll win. God don't have to change his mind, you know.
Well,
Right? God know from the beginning what the end must be. Okay. So
But
God has determined.
But remember, you know, the
Right.
message is sent in different forms.
What?
The message is sent in different forms.
Is that so?
And maybe it's been misread.
Uh-huh.
You don't agree with me? I
But
think
the young lady is beautiful, don't you think so?
Repeat that?
Eh?
Repeat that.
You don't think the young lady is beautiful?
She is beautiful.
Uh-huh.
But beauty is not all.
Beauty is not all.
No, you don't put somebody that don't know anything about.
Hold on a moment for me.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about independent living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. Today will be mainly sunny. During the afternoon, look for isolated showers, especially over hilly areas. Expect windy conditions along southern parishes. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be mainly sunny with windy conditions mainly over southern parishes. On Friday and Saturday, expect partly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms during the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Comrades, it's the official opening of the Southeast St. Elizabeth Constituency Office in Junction on Wednesday, June 6th at 6 p.m. Join the motorcade with Comrade candidate Norman Horn and Party President, Prime Minister Comrade Portia Simpson Miller. That's Wednesday, June 6th at 6 p.m. in Junction, St. Elizabeth. Comrade Norman Horn, right man, right place, right time. Southeast St. Elizabeth salutes Comrade Portia Simpson Miller.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-546-5106. Courtesy courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? Hello?
I'm still here, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, you are.
Uh-huh. What I'm saying is that Miss Simpson Miller, Mrs. Miller, she needs to fire those advisors that she have around her.
She needs to do what?
Fire all the advisors that she have around
That she has around her?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they are giving her wrong advice.
Well, what makes you think she's taking? What makes you think she's taking their advice?
Well, she needs to listen to them then.
Huh?
Well, maybe she needs to stop and listen to them.
Well, I don't know.
Or listen to the people. You're making decisions for the people.
But hold on, Mom. You need to understand that when Mama lays down the law, the duty of the children, the business of the children, is to obey. Am I right?
True.
Yes.
True. But then again, Mr. Perkins, children do have opinions too, you know.
Well.
And offer good advice too.
Eh?
Children offer good advice too.
Yes, but they must obey when Mama.
And good suggestions.
Eh?
Children offer good suggestions, you know.
Yes, but Mama is the final authority.
No, Mama needs to stop rule with big stick and stop and listen to our children.
Mama not start use big stick yet.
Well,
Mr.
Perkins, you see, if Portia never want this thing, if she didn't want this thing, she should have allowed Peter Phillips to win. That's my opinion.
If she what?
If she didn't want to be Prime Minister or just wanted it for a year, she should have allowed Peter Phillips to continue or win.
She doesn't want to be Prime Minister for a year.
Well, maybe she just wanted
she wants her. That she wants what she's calling her own mandate.
But that no work, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I thought that the Prime Minister had a mandate from the moment he or she became Prime Minister. But I'm now understanding otherwise.
No, sir. She needs to stop what she's doing and look around and listen to the people. Listen to the people for a change. All these politicians, they need to stop and listen to the people. The people have a voice.
Well, I suppose
saying
that
something, and they need to stop and listen to us.
I suppose that she would say that the people must listen to Mama.
No, sir. Mama not right all the while.
Eh?
Mama give good advice, but Mama needs to stop sometime and listen.
And think.
And think.
That
Exactly. And
assumes that.
The people of Jamaica, we are fed up with whatever is happening.
I see.
With the politicians on a whole, all they do is go into God knows or wherever they're meeting and make this whole bag of noise and come back out. No solution. All they do is make things harder for poor people.
I see. But the poor people love Mama.
No, but 3/4 of who is out there jumping with them don't have a job, you know.
I beg your pardon?
3/4 of who out there jumping with them don't have a job.
Yes, but in spite of that, they love Mama.
No, sir. Well, they need to stop listening to the ones that are jumping behind them and listen to the real people that are paying the bills and paying them. Yeah.
Well.
They need to listen to the people who are paying the bills.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Exactly what is happening.
All right. All the best. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Morning, sir.
Dr. Perkins, how you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Shower.
Eh?
Shower. Yeah, man.
Oh.
Mr. Perkins, I'm trying to get you a long time.
Really,
it's the first I've been on this program, but it's not the first I talked to you. I talked to you when you was an RJL.
Yes, that's a long time ago.
Calling from St. Mary.
Oh, but that's a long time ago.
Parish. I'm calling from your parish, man, St. Mary.
Yes, man.
About 15 to 20 years, I don't see you, know.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, man, about 15 to 20 years for me, and for you, number 4. Yeah. Anyway, I'm calling about an MP in Southeast St. Mary. Mr. Harry Douglas.
Oh, yes.
Some time ago, I called Barbara Good on line, but I spoke to Anthony Hatton. And I told Miss Anton about the cocoa farming in St. Mary.
Yes.
Gone to zero. Gone to the dog.
Yes.
Shortly after I hung up, Harry Douglas called and told Anthony Hatton that he have a special plan for a St. Mary cocoa farmer. Up until today.
That plan has not been put into effect.
And he said he has 60 million for cocoa farmers. Where is that 60 million?
Oh?
Where is that 60 million for cocoa farmers? And cocoa farmer gone to the dog. Chocolate in St. Mary, banana, coconut gone to the dog. And he said a special program for St. Mary cocoa farmer.
What about the people who are growing wearing the big breed goats?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't get none of that?
No, sir. We used to wear cow and go on them, but 2 teeth I sell them out.
Eh?
I used to wear 2 teeth I sell them out. Anyway, I have a next thing to tell again.
Yes.
We had a man called Dr. McGill.
Yes.
The MP for Rockabetta Division.
Yes.
He is the MP for here. I am calling into his ear right now, you know.
Which area?
Right now. But I live in Central St. Mary.
Eh?
I live in Central St. Mary.
Yes.
But I am calling from a Rockabetta now.
Yes.
And the people in a Rockabetta division say we don't want you, but you know, I do not for we. So you have him to know. Left and gone and carried on. I'm not sure if my carried on man there. My Henry Moron.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. But if I'm Mike Henry backs him out every long time.
Yes.
Because Donna Scott Bola Singh fight Mike Henry and never win him. The way him and Daniel do.
Well,
him never represent people at St. Mary.
So go see if him can win.
Eh?
Go see if him can.
Magil, tell him we go here, man. Because Donna Scott Bola Singh couldn't manage Mike Henry. Then him out manage Mike Henry.
Well.
All right. Yeah, we up now. We put him on in a man now, we call him the Lord of Franklin, born and grow in a leper St. Mary. And they want not to be a seat, but they'll give him. So, he might run now left Bobby Man, he want to. Left Bobby Montague.
Yeah.
But Montague beat that long time. He matched with every long time.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, oh, yeah. He backed him with every long time.
But you see, them no matter, what matters? My understanding is that the people love Sister P.
Oh, yeah?
Mama P.
Mama P?
Yes.
Mama P.
Everybody love Mama P.
Look here, man.
And them going vote for Mama P.
Do is go and make you a big promise. Say him go help poor.
Who
if
that?
You want to help poor, help them know, me say. Give them couple chicken, Lego chicken.
Well.
Go and goat and this and that. Make up and go one room, give poor people. And 10 minutes, he say, yeah, help poor people. Mama P, look here. You know what this man paper say?
The what?
This man in paper say, the debate will go on and Porsche have the 35%. I'm worried better than Golden.
The what? I didn't hear that.
35% say Mama P will be better than Golden. The debate.
Yeah.
They have debate, you know. But 35% say Mama P will beat Golden. I'm Golden get 30. Which part Mama P will get 35%? Tell me now. Golden in a politics so long ago, Porsche in so long. and Golding have a big brain. Portia have a big brain. Portia brain wasn't having me. So Mama people beat him in a percentage.
Well, we don't know. Them say the people love Mama P.
You mean Portia love poor people?
So them say too. So she say.
The old Mama P will survive. You know Mama P do know. If Mama P have me in St. Mary, through the government, they import people from Westmoreland and overseas bed, St. Thomas come make it go big and say, oh, me draw a big crowd. Look for my crowd. I'm going to make a green shot man look like boy. Then you see the crowd above there? You see where Golden do above there right there? You see it?
I saw it, yes.
You saw it on TV? Cornerless. When Golden was at Buffy. Anyway, may I invite you to our motorcade Sunday coming in Port Maria. You coming?
Well, when is it?
Sunday coming, man.
Sunday coming?
Yeah, man.
Well, I'm not sure if I can make it, but...
Candidate and Mr. Golden. And the 18th, it's for Rockabessa. You coming?
Well, I don't know if I can make it, but I'll certainly be watching
why
on
you
TV.
just set me a people, man? Why you just set me a people?
I don't live out St. Mary people, man. St. Mary are one of my parishes.
Me know that. Me know. Say, come show up if you're son, come show up if you're son, man. Make them know who you got with my Perkins.
All right.
So take care of yourself.
All right, good.
Yeah, man.
Okay, all the best. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning, sir.
How are you doing, sir?
Not too bad. How are you?
I am not bad, you know.
I'm listening.
Okay, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
Tell me now, this PNP party, right? What is it? Is it
a party?
Portia's party, or is it the People's National Party?
Well, it is called the People's National Party.
All right.
But,
let me say what I'm saying. If you remember the traffic guru...
Hold on just a moment. Hold on.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays and also opened on Sundays and public holidays.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. Today will be mainly sunny. During the afternoon, look for isolated showers, especially over hilly areas. Expect windy conditions along southern parishes. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be mainly sunny with windy conditions mainly over southern parishes. On Friday and Saturday, expect partly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms during the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New 4-Way Pharmacy Drug Surrender Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz. And Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Vest is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Yes,
Hello?
Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Right, so what I'm saying, if you remember the traffic guru thing, right?
Uh-huh.
When the journalist asked her what has happened, she said she don't know. Ask the PNP.
Ask the PNP.
Yes. I'm wondering if there's two parties, you know? Because
Well.
even when you campaign it, I don't hear them say that. Normally you hear comrades and PNP and we're on the move, but now all I hear is Portia. So I'm wondering if she going to be running the 60 constituencies.
Well, the argument is that you remember what Mr. Patterson said at the party conference?
Oh, remind me.
That she was not only the party's best hope for a fifth term. She was its only hope for a fifth term. Right?
Right.
What in effect he was saying.
Right.
The party has been in office now for 18 years. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It does not have a record on which to seek re-election.
Right.
What it has is Mama P in the position of leadership. And the argument is that that Mama P is so loved by the people that whatever the deficiencies of the party,
the love will overshadow.
The love for Mama P will overcome all of those deficiencies.
You know what?
And the party will vote not for a candidate in a constituency, but for Mama P to be the Prime Minister.
Right.
So you can, you could have, they could have had 60 beauty queens, right? In the constituency.
Because once Mama P is there.
Once Mama P is there.
It doesn't matter who else is
the
there.
The supreme beauty queen of all, you know?
Right.
The people would vote
for the queen.
For the queen. For Mama. Yeah. Well, they're not. They're voting for Mama P.
Well,
and the candidate in the constituency don't matter too much. You know.
But it's funny you said that. What was said at the conference that she's the only hope because you notice they had a election for the presidency, and she came out, and then that statement is made. So why have an election? It's a process. But why I said that is to say this. In Senance the other day, they had an election, and the lady who, don't remember her name, who has come out on top, maybe 50%, 60% of the vote. Then they just said, put in this former beauty queen.
Yes.
That the people don't want. The same thing happened somewhere in Westmoreland where there was a candidate. And they chose somebody else who the people didn't vote for.
Yes.
So we keep asking ourselves, why is it that they're having this election? So is it that we are going to have a general election also, and it doesn't matter? Because this is happening.
Well, haven't you heard that God determined that Mama P would be the Prime Minister?
Ordained, So, when I was going to call, I was going to introduce myself as the Reverend Bishop something. And then I would say to you, Mr. Perkins, I got a vision that you'll be the next Prime Minister. Because, I wonder if they read the Bible and it says, when it speaks about false prophets that would deceive.
Yes.
You know, I hope the Jamaican people.
Yes, the world is full of false prophets.
The final point, though. We mentioned, or they mentioned, of free health.
Yes.
I heard, that was it Mr. Shaw who was on the air with you earlier?
Yes, it was.
Right. And I'm glad he brought up the thing because I wanted to mention it. I was watching the news the other day.
Yes.
And there was a little boy who needed a heart surgery. He was diagnosed with a hole in his heart.
Yes.
Now they're sending him to the University of the West Indies Hospital because that is excluded from the free medical.
Yes.
So what we notice now is that this guy needed, 70 to 100,000, I think, for his surgery. His mother can't afford it. He's about 10, 11, I think, you know. He's a little more than that, around that age.
Uh-huh.
So he's not even 18. And yet the critical thing, he can't get it.
Yes.
And this is what was promised. They didn't say there will be some free or this will be free. They said free health.
Uh-huh.
It's a vague statement. That means everything for under 18 is free.
Yes.
Now, what I'm saying, Mr. Perkins,
the fool you.
An 18-year-old are persons who just could run up and down, fit, and, you know, apart from this little youngster and a few who born with asthma and all of that.
Yes.
Yeah, we understand. The older persons who need the help, you know, 65 and up, who can't afford the medicine, this program that they give them, I'm not sure what it's called, some health thing that, it's not even working for them. I hear people calling, you know, it doesn't work, they can't get the help, they can't. And they're the ones who need it. And they're not getting it.
Uh-huh.
Who don't need it, they give it to them. And the few out of those who don't need it, who really need the surgery, you know, still can't get it.
Yes, well, you know, sir, they fool you.
Well, I don't listen to prophecy, so... so... You know, I don't think I'm one of them who will be fooled. You know, I doubt that very much. But it's true. Is where I wonder, you know, what the majority will be saying. Because I hear that. I don't know if it's true, but I hear that this is just one of the cases.
That's what?
I say I can't say it's true.
You hear that what?
I hear that what is going to happen now is that most of the critical things will be done at UA.
Oh.
So once you need anything critical, you can go to the doctor and get your blood pressure checked and all. That can be free. But once they say, surgery, you know, you're going to hear our machine.
Or even medication.
Yes.
You have to go buy that at the pharmacy.
Right. I hear that even when Mr. Shaw was saying the persons needed stuff and they had to go and buy pins and all of that. Can you imagine?
Absolutely.
Mr. Perkins, you know, as I said, you know, I can't try fool the people, but I wish I could say I got a vision to say Mr. Perkins would lead. You know? But you're leading in your own way, Mr. Perkins.
Don't bother with that, sir. Get thee behind me, Satan.
Be educated from what you
Don't come trying to put temptation in my way.
Well, this is one time I would say heal to temptation, so I won't be sin this time.
No, sir. I'm too old for that.
Well, you know, the old on the moon, the brighter it shines, sir.
Well, but I've been through life up to this point without getting myself involved in such matters, you know.
Well, you're right, you're right. So I just hope that we, the people, will constantly listen to what is happening.
Thank you very much.
The surface thought, but we'll read between the lines.
Yes, all right.
And then we'll pick out what we need to do. Supper.
All the best to you. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Hi, good morning to you, sir. How are you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Good.
I want to talk about two things. First of all, Sunday gone, I was playing cricket.
I beg your pardon?
After Sunday gone, I was playing cricket. And one of the guys had a collision with the next guy. And we called the ambulance. And in 2 minutes, the ambulance and the police were there. So we were explaining the rules of the game to one of the police officers. So over his radio, he got a call. And he told the dispatcher he'll be there in 2 minutes. So a Jamaican guy turned to me and said, imagine that. He said he was in Jamaica and somebody broke into his house. And when he called the police officer, he has to drive to the station pick up the police officer, bring to his house, and then bring back the police officer to the station. I told him he was lying. Because there's no way I could believe that Jamaica would come like that. That you have to go pick up the police officer to bring to your house to investigate something.
Well, I know that sometimes people do call the police station, sir, and they're told that they haven't got a car or that there isn't any gas in the car.
That's ridiculous.
Right?
Oh, man, come on. Yeah, one of the thing again I want to talk about. I was taking my kids to school one day last week, and there's a morning show over here named Steve Harvey Morning Show, and he was advertising some get-together for his foundation, and he said that he wanted the foundation to distribute money for education in the United States and in Jamaica.
Yes.
He said that he went to Jamaica to play golf, and the worst school in the United States ain't nothing compared to what he see in Jamaica. Mr. Perkins, I have never ashamed to be a Jamaican, but that morning I was ashamed to be a Jamaican.
Oh Lord, yes.
That was said. This morning I was listening to him again, and he was still talking about the foundation that he's having to distribute money for education. I mean, come on. You have somebody coming to your country and coming back, broadcasting all over the United States that the worst school in the United States ain't nothing to the one he saw in Jamaica. Do you imagine that?
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
I'm listening, man, so, something gotta change, as I said, I don't know much about the politics that goes on there, but, I wish this government would just go and somebody else take over,
Well, sir, I don't know. It is said that the people love Mama P.
Ah, come on, Mr. Berg. Yeah, come on. I'll tell you something, man. I'm a grown man, okay? And my mother, she could give me some advice if you want to. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it. I'm a grown man. I could make my own decision.
Yes.
All right?
No. She refers to the people as her children.
Let me tell you something. That's an insult.
Look, I have to go. It's time for the news, eh?
Okay, sir.
Sorry about that.
Nice talking to you. Right.
Okay, that brings us to news time, as I said. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. A student of the Brayton Primary and Junior High School in Portmore St. Catherine was stabbed to death this morning by one of his schoolmates. He is now being sought by the police. The police say about 10 o'clock, O'Dane Dinnell had an argument with a student who grabbed and stabbed him repeatedly in the abdomen. He was rushed to hospital where he died. Several residents have since blocked the entrance to the school in protest against the killing. O'Dane's aunt, Marlene Simpson, said she was shocked by the incident.
Franklin was a quiet child, a good child. He never fight. A quiet person. Very quiet boy. And he's loving to his father. No company, nothing at all. Nothing. They never deserve to die like that.
Marlene Simpson, the aunt of O'Dane Dinnell, who was stabbed to death at Brayton Primary this morning. 2 employees of the Gleaner Company were seriously injured this morning after a Honda motor car crashed into the back of a parked truck on East Street in downtown Kingston. The driver of the car, who also suffered injuries in the crash, was rushed to hospital along with the Gleaner employees. It's reported that the driver of the Honda swung to avoid a pothole along East Street. He reportedly lost control of the vehicle, which then crashed into the truck, which was parked adjacent to the Gleaner Company. The Gleaner employees were sitting on the truck. An alleged eyewitness told the Gleaner Power 106 News that a vendor whose stall was close to the truck narrowly escaped injury.
I was standing up by the juice cart and I saw the car coming. And like when he reached a pothole, the speed what he was coming on, him step on the brake and couldn't control the car gets out of control and start to swing. Hit down the light post and turn to the sidewalk and it's down 2 people. When I run down here, I saw the old man underneath the car and the truck.
An alleged eyewitness to this morning's motor vehicle crash along East Street in downtown Kingston. Meanwhile, the Central Kingston police say investigators are to determine by later today whether charges will be laid against the driver of the Honda motor car. The PNP hierarchy is expected to make the new candidate for South East St. Anne official in another few days. The party is to announce on Monday night that former Miss World Lisa Hanna is to run for the seat. PNP Deputy Campaign Director Paul Burke has declined to confirm whether Ms. Hanna will in fact represent the constituency. But it's understood that during a party meeting on Monday night, PNP President Portia Simpson-Miller announced that Ms. Hanna was selected. The party secretariat also asked the 4 aspirants for the candidacy to withdraw to make way for Ms. Hanna. Executive Director of the Jamaica 4-H Clubs, Lenworth Fulton, environmentalist Bevan Morrison, engineer Donald McDowell, and businesswoman Cherie Brown MacDonald have all been brushed aside. This latest development is causing growing discontent among supporters in South East St. Anne who are upset about the manner in which the matter is being handled.
I would never vote for her. I don't know why they choose to send her down here. Because I think they should choose her before. They have been doing the groundwork before and we know them. They have been coming also out. Why she?
We don't want Lisa Anna. We don't want no more stranger in Southeast St. Anne. As a matter of fact, we need Cherie Brown MacDonald. Nobody else.
PNP supporters in Southeast St. Anne. And a senior PNP member says the party will be moving swiftly to deal with the growing discontent among supporters in that constituency. As Damon Mitchell reports, Vice President Derek Kelly says the party has a plan to deal with the situation.
Derek Kelly says the PNP machinery will be moving into Southeast St. Anne shortly to ensure that there is unity among supporters. Mr. Kelly did not reveal much detail, but he said the party hierarchy would be doing everything to ensure that it retains the seat.
The fact of the matter is, whoever is put up as a candidate in that constituency, that person will experience some amount of fallout. The party machinery will be getting in there and we'll be dealing with it to ensure that we have total harmony by the time we get around to an election announcement.
The Southeast St. Anne constituency is considered to be a PNP safe seat. In fact, the JLP only held the seat for 1 term, and that was following the 1983 snap election when the PNP decided to boycott the polls. But now several PNP diehards in Southeast St. Anne say they are willing to stay away from the polls if Miss Hanna is to represent them. Some have even threatened to vote for the JLP. It's a threat that Mr. Kelly is aware of, but he says the PNP has no intention to lose the seat.
I expect that the comrades in the constituency will rally together in the fine tradition of the PNP and ensure that they support whoever the party decides is going to be their standard bearer. Good comrades know how to behave, and the party is looking forward for good comrades to behave as good comrades.
If the Prime Minister should be so forced to change her mind at this point, Derek Kelly, what would that say?
I don't see that happening.
PNP Vice President Derek Kelly. Damian Mitchell for the Gleaner Power 106 News.
In the meantime, both major political parties will take their campaign activities into central Jamaica today. PNP President Portia Simpson-Miller will be leading a tour of southeast St. Elizabeth with the party's candidate Norman Horn. He will be challenging the JLP's Franklin Witter in the next election. At 6 o'clock this evening, Mr. Simpson Miller is expected to open the Southeast St. Elizabeth constituency office in Junction. And in central Manchester, JLP leader Bruce Golding will be seeking to increase the support for Sally Porteous. She will be challenging investment banker Peter Bunting. Mrs. Porteous is also the sitting councillor for the Mandeville division in the JLP-controlled Manchester Parish Council. In the 2002 general election, the PNP's central Manchester candidate, John Juna, polled 8,262 votes to the 7,180 votes polled by Norman Horn, who ran on the JLP ticket. Mr. Horn joined the PNP last year. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. It's 9 minutes after 12. As of Monday, police personnel across the island will have access to a 24-hour help hotline. The hotline was launched this morning by the Jamaica Constabulary Force. The service is expected to provide access to professional counselling for police personnel, civilians working in the force, and family members of police personnel. Police Commissioner Lucius Thomas says the project is necessary because of the stressful conditions under which police personnel work. National Security Minister Dr. Peter Phillips, who endorsed the project, also commended the force for introducing what he said was an important service. In the region now, Brazil is supporting Antigua and Barbuda in its bid to seek damages against the United States in a row over internet gambling. Prime Minister Baldwin Spencer says the Secretary General of Brazil's Foreign Affairs Ministry gave the assurance this week. The officials were holding bilateral talks on aspects of the 37th meeting of the Organization of American States General Assembly. Antigua and Barbuda plans to seek legal damages if the United States withdraws its commitments for internet gaming from the services schedule of the World Trade Organization, WTO. The commitment was made at the June 7 meeting of the WTO's Council on Trade and Services in Geneva. St. Lucia's Foreign Affairs Minister Rufus Busquet has been fired from the Sir John Compton-led cabinet, while another senior minister has been transferred from his portfolio. National Security Minister Dr. Keith Mondesir, who will be assigned to another ministry. According to reports, the developments in the near 6-month-old administration of the United Workers' Party, UWP, took effect shortly after a cabinet meeting chaired by Acting Prime Minister Stephen King. This is the second time that Mr. Bouquet has been fired from a cabinet led by Sir John, having been dismissed from a previous UWP cabinet in the early 1990s. Former Pakistan captain Imran Khan wants the Pakistan Cricket Board to sue the Jamaican police as well as former fast bowler Sarfraz Nawaz for damaging the country's World Cup team's reputation after coach Bob Woolman's death. A report in the India Times quotes Khan as saying the PCB should sue the Jamaican police for maligning the Pakistan team's image. He claims that the members were subjected to the trauma of DNA testing, fingerprinting and interrogation like suspects after wrongly diagnosing the reason for Woolman's death. Khan also lashed out at Sarfraz Nawaz for levelling allegations of match fixing against the team. According to the report, Khan claimed that Sarfraz has alleged that Mr. Woolman's death was connected with the match fixing mafia and that the Pakistan World Cup games were fixed. 10 Republican presidential candidates in the United States clashed in a live television debate yesterday over proposals to regulate immigration. Speaking in New Hampshire, 2 of the candidates, Rudy Giuliani and Mitt Romney, criticized the bipartisan proposal, which is backed by another frontrunner, Senator John McCain. Mr. McCain said the bill would adequately deal with national security challenges, but Mr. Giuliani called it a typical Washington mess. The candidates also debated the possibility of military strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities. However, the most heated exchanges during the debate were sparked by the controversial immigration bill. If passed by Congress, the bill could give legal status to some of the estimated 12 million illegal immigrants in the United States. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Midday Sports Report is next.
Midday News was brought to you by RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Former Jamaican player Lyndall Wright has been appointed manager of the West Indies A team for the upcoming tour of Zimbabwe. A report in the Trinidad Guardian said Wright got the nod over Trinidad and Tobago's Omar Khan. Meanwhile, successful Trinidad and Tobago coach David Williams will be in charge of the team. In spite of the appointments, there is still a question mark over the tour, which has been approved by the West Indies Cricket Board. The board has written to the CARICOM heads of government seeking their input in the matter. Australia Prime Minister John Howard last month banned the Australian cricket team from a planned tour of Zimbabwe. Mr. Howard said his government was opposed to the rule of Zimbabwe President Robert Mugabe. England is also considering withdrawing from a proposed tour later this year. In tennis, two-time defending champion Rafael Nadal will play Novak Djokovic in the semi-finals of the French Open after both men enjoyed straight sets wins in the last 8. The world's number 2 remained on course for a title hat-trick at Roland Garros by demolishing close friend Carlos Moya 6-4, 6-3, 6-love, while earlier Djokovic had been equally impressive in defeating Igor Andreev 6-3, 6-3, 6-3. Nadal is yet to drop a set at this year's tournament, and that record never looked likely to end against Moya, the 1998 champion. Jamaica's 100-meter world record holder Asafa Powell was confirmed today as one of the main attractions for the IAAF 2007 Golden League opening meet, the Exxon Mobil Blissett game this month. Powell, who holds the 100-meter world record at 9.77 seconds, will race the 100 meters at the June 15 game. The Jamaican sprint ace was undefeated at the 100 meters for the 2006 season. Former Air Technical high sprinter Simone Facey will be among several Jamaican athletes who will compete at the 4-day National Collegiate Athletic Association Outdoor Championship, which starts later today in Sacramento, California. Facey, who attends Texas A&M University, will run in the women's 100 and 200 meters along with Samantha Henry, the former Queens High star who is now at Louisiana State University, LSU. Former Alpha Academy athlete Nikisha Wilson, who now competes for LSU, will line up in both the sprints and 400 meters hurdles. Also down to compete are Karen Stewart and Tracy Ann Rowe, both of Auburn, Maris Wisdom, Clora Williams, Ricardo Chambers, Sean Smith, Sheldon Leith, and Isa Phillips. Football now. South American side Chile defeated the Reggae Boys 1-0 in their friendly international at the National Stadium last night. Juan Consola Lorca scored the lone goal in the 20th minute. The Reggae Boys are gearing up for next year's CONCACAF World Cup qualifiers. The game was the second home match for the Reggae Boys since technical director Bora Milutinovic took charge of the team. In the first home game, the Reggae Boys came from behind to earn a 1-1 draw against Panama. In other friendly international games yesterday, Brazil drew 0-0 with Turkey, and Argentina held on to a 4-3 win over Algeria at a Nou Camp stadium in Spain. The two clubs which replaced Wadada and Nagohead in the 2006-2007 Ray and Nephew National Premier League football competition will be known after this afternoon's final set of qualifying games. Leaders Sporting Central and St George's look set to replace the demoted teams. Sporting Central will host Granville at Brancourt in Clarendon, and Police will travel to Lynch Park in Portland to face St George's. The games will kick off at 3:30. Sporting Central, with 10 points, need a draw to qualify, while a victory for St George's over bottom-placed Police will see the team advancing. And still on football, Hill Stars beat Blazers 4-1 and Primetime and Flanker drew 1-1 as action in the St James Guardian Life Division 2 football competition continued yesterday. And finally, in chess, Ian Wilkinson was re-elected president of the Jamaica Chess Federation at their annual general meeting held at the weekend. Wilkinson returned to the post unchallenged. 6 officers were also elected unopposed. The officers are Mark Holness, Vice President for Cornwall, Peter Myers, Vice President for Middlesex, Warren Elliott, who is Vice President for Surrey, Jermaine Griffith, Secretary, and the Treasurer is Robert Wheeler. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Midday weather is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect sunny and windy conditions with isolated thunderstorms over some hilly areas. Tonight will be mainly fair. In our 3-day outlook, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions with isolated thunderstorms in the afternoon. Tomorrow, on Friday and Saturday, expect isolated thunderstorms in the afternoons. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less. And now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. 14-year-old student of the Brayton Primary and Junior High School in St. Catherine stabbed to death by one of his schoolmates. PNP Vice President says the party will be moving swiftly to deal with the growing discontent among supporters in southeast St. Anne following reports that former Miss World Lisa Hanna is to be the new candidate. 2 employees of the Gleaner Company seriously injured in a motor vehicle crash on East Street near the company's offices in downtown Kingston. 24-hour counseling helpline launched for police personnel. From the region, St. Lucia's Foreign Affairs Minister Rufus Busquet has been fired from the Sir John Compton-led cabinet, while another senior minister has been transferred from his portfolio. And in sports, Jamaican Lyndall Wright to manage West Indies A-team on its tour of Zimbabwe. And that's midday news, sports, and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
car, what a price. Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, and 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today.
Tetley Tea Company, Jamaica. Now introducing Tetley Premium Tea, made by blending the finest teas available to give you that smooth, rich flavor. Only Tetley Tea has Tetley Regular, the best-selling tea in Jamaica, now joined by Tetley Premium. Look for the word premium on the blue box in sizes 20s, 40s, and 80s. Available at your favorite supermarkets island-wide. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. What a horrible story that was in the news at 12. The first item in the news. A little schoolboy stabbed to death by his schoolmate. Several stabs to the abdomen. My God. What is happening in Jamaica? What is it that we're doing to our children? We're destroying them, destroying our people. Oh, God. Poor us. Okay. Boy, I don't know how we're going to, don't know how long it is going to take us to lift ourselves out of this situation. But if there is to be any hope for Jamaica, we have to find the means of doing it. And what it is going to require is, above all, strong leadership. Strong leadership. And a focus upon the essentials. Right? No cricket World Cup and all this kind of rubbish. What we need is to get down to the business of preparing our country, our people, providing education, providing good health care, and providing opportunity. And we need to in my view, redefine government in this country. We need to get rid of all these, we have a focus that we have derived out of the British aristocratic tradition without deriving the other things that went with it, because the aristocrats cultivated certain patterns of behavior, a certain culture, a culture of responsibility, and a culture that, concentrated on a great deal of, or was much concerned with the behavior, the best people. An aristocrat is aristocrats are the best people. That's what the word literally means in its derivation. And the best people are expected to behave in certain ways, and certain patterns of behavior are beneath them. We don't have that in Jamaica. We don't have that here. But what we like are the titles, the most honorable, the this, that, the other, and so on. Right? And while relishing the titles, we behave worse than the ghetto man out there on the street. That is a large part of our problem here. But we need leadership that will take us above that. And anyway, we take a break. We come back in a moment.
My mother say he going pass my exam because me have brain power. Mother's power patchy make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's power patchy is
12:30.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotiabank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient, and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Here's an important message from Worldwide Immigration Consultancy Services. If you're a skilled or unskilled worker and interested in migrating or obtaining a work permit for Canada, attend one of our 3 upcoming seminars to learn how. Saturday, June 9th, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Holiday Inn Sunsbury Resort in Montego Bay. Sunday, June 10th, 10 a.m. to noon in the Knutsford Court Hotel in Kingston. And from 3 to 5 p.m. at Ruins at the Falls in Ocho Rios. Call Worldwide Immigration at 960-8350 for more details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, and we go directly to our telephones. Hello.
Mr. Perkins, Frank Phipps calling you.
Mr. Phipps, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. I'm calling to correct what may have been the wrong impression when you referred to the statement I made on Nationwide this morning. I'm not to be understood to be saying that the lady who was a Minister of State in Education and afterwards the seat that she held was declared void.
This is Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes, that she shouldn't be compensated for what she said.
Yes.
What the point I make, I don't know if you heard the full story, is it is a dangerous precedent to say that somebody should be allowed to retain money to which they were not entitled. And I say entitlement in the sense that it was salary and other emoluments by virtue of the official position held. When once that position was declared, her election was declared void, she was never entitled to the position from the beginning. And therefore, if you want to compensate her for work that was done, then Parliament can vote her an honorarium. What they must not do is establish a precedent that anybody can retain money to which they were not entitled. There's a difference there, isn't there? You follow me?
Yes.
And probably the proper procedure should be that if a petition is filed and there's authority in the law at present for them for speedy hearing of the petition, she shouldn't sit.
Yes.
And certainly if she sits, she shouldn't draw a salary.
Well, let me ask you.
You know.
She would have been appointed.
Yes.
To that position by the Prime Minister.
Yes.
And may have taken the position honestly believing that she had been properly elected and that the case that was being brought had to do more with politics and politicking than with reality.
Yes, yes, yes. But certainly when once a petition has been filed, because it cannot be frivolous, even if it is, there's action that can be taken about that. But when once a petition has been filed, the matter should be put on hold. I thought you were making a point that the Prime Minister, knowing that the petition has filed, right? When he takes action based upon a potentially viable election, he has contributed to the damage.
He has, yes.
You know, he or she has contributed to the damage.
Yes.
You see, the point we tried to make this morning is, in Jamaica we operate. You can do anything unless the law prohibits it. Whereas that very thing may be prohibited by high moral standards and ethical conduct.
Yes.
Good principle. In which case, don't do it.
Yes.
You don't have to say a law that you must not do something before you can do it.
Yes.
You know? And if the Parliament wanted to vote the lady an honorarium, there's nothing is wrong with that. But then the matter would come out in the open to see if the person was involved in any, may I use the expression, hanky-panky?
No, the pronunciation, sir, is hanky-panky.
Okay. In which event she wouldn't get any honorarium. Or what the amount of the honorarium. You know, these are the considerations, not just to say, I am going to Parliament, we are going to indemnify her so that she doesn't have to refund the money. That is a bad principle, because thereafter anybody who has obtained money to which they are not entitled. I didn't want to say illegally. Can retain it because Parliament says so.
But look here, sir. I begin my argument at a different point. What I suggest that what entitles somebody to a salary is the fact that they are doing the work.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, if Mrs. Mitchell is put into a position where she does, you know, we want to be careful that we don't get, the impression doesn't get abroad that ministers are, and others such, are entitled to remuneration as a matter of privilege. This is a privilege to which they are entitled.
Yes.
They are there supposedly doing work, and they are paid because of the work that they are doing.
Yes, but the flaw
now,
in your argument...
if she did the work,
yes,
it would seem to me to be monstrous to call upon her to repay money that she collected for doing work that she did.
Yes, well, the weakness, if I may say so with respect, in your presentation is that she is entitled to the work which she was performing with all the perquisites of office. She was not so entitled. We must start there, mustn't we not? And nobody is saying that she must not be compensated. But you cannot say the compensation or the solution to the problem is to grant her an indemnity. That is the wrong approach on principle. It creates a precedent that is far too wide, that might cover other situations not deserving of compensation.
Yes. How long was she actually a minister?
A long time, I gather. It's a couple of years or so, wasn't it?
Well, that now relates to another matter that you mentioned.
Yes.
The functioning of the court system.
Oh, definitely, no doubt about that. But they have amended the law to expedite these petitions, you know.
They've amended the law to expedite
so that you must file within 21 days, and the court must hear it within 90 days of it having been filed, and sit from day to day until conclusion.
And there's as yet no example of that being done?
No, that was amended, I think, as a result of that case. I'm not too sure.
We're famous for passing laws in this country, you know.
I think it's a result of that case. I think the amendment may have been a result of that case.
Of that case.
No, but you take the point I'm making.
I follow the point you're making.
Yes.
A very subtle point, but nonetheless important.
You cannot just ride over the legal thing. Okay, thank you.
But on the other hand, I feel very strongly that, I have to proceed on the assumption that she did the work.
Oh yes, no problem.
And it would seem to me very hard to ask her to pay back. Maybe.
No, but how is she to be compensated for the work she did?
Yes, maybe the person who appointed her to that position.
That's another matter. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Maybe that person should be called.
Knowing the dangers. Yes. Okay. So
but on the other hand, the public has benefited, presumably, from her being there.
Yes.
And, you know.
That's where the honorarium comes in, but you cannot sacrifice the basic principle.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Right. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes?
Let me just turn on this radio, please.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just going to turn on this radio. The internet. That news item that you heard...
I'm not hearing you at all.
That news item about that student at the primary school that was stabbed to death. Mr. Perkins, you know, we have to stop cultivating violence in Jamaica.
Yes.
And that's exactly what we're doing.
Yes.
I think I heard an item about corporal punishment still being administered in Jamaican schools and in the homes. The Ministry of Education has to lay down the certain guidelines. A lot of things are left up to the principals and for each school, but we have to have a national agenda, because first, a country the size of ours, to be the country that the Bible is being fulfilled on is no nothing to be boastful about. I mean, children killing children. I mean, a primary school, you know? Mr. Perkins, I'm calling from Toronto.
You're what?
Toronto. I'm calling from Toronto.
Yes.
Canada. And 2 weeks ago, there was a shooting in a high school here. The first time that a student has been killed in a school in Toronto. First time.
I hope that it wasn't one of our people that was involved.
Well, they're all blacks, so I don't know. They're all blacks. But, you know, I said that to say that in Jamaica, it's happening too often. And it's reaching the younger age too early.
Yes.
You know.
But you know, sir, I question whether corporal punishment is to be blamed for the violence that we have in this society.
Well,
I don't think so. When I was a youngster, right?
Yeah.
Corporal punishment was commonplace. All children were brought up with that as a final resort, right?
Yes.
And I went through a fair amount of it. I remember one school to which I went used to have prayers every afternoon at the end of school. And after prayers, the headmaster would pull out a book that he had there in which he had written all the names of the students that he wanted to see in his study after school. And for a whole term, my name was in the book almost every afternoon.
Yes.
Right? And most of the time I got 6.
Oh, yeah. But you know, it was a different time then, you know.
Well, yes, but what is the difference?
That
was corporal punishment.
Yes,
right? But it didn't make me go taking up a gun and wanting to kill people or a knife and wanting to stab them.
No, but it was a different time. There were different dynamics. There were different parents. There were different.
So then it is not the corporal punishment that is causing this, right?
Well, no.
It may be that the lack of effective discipline is part of it.
Yes, and parenting.
And parenting too, right?
Yes.
But parenting occurs within a social context, right?
Yeah.
If you have, there's a lot of talk in Jamaica about the breakdown of the family. One of the things that we're failing to recognize is that the family is a social institution, right? Am I right?
Sure.
And that it is built, like all social institutions, upon an economic foundation.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, you
Hold on just a moment for me.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is
12:45.
Versan Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocho Rios, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
So if you shatter the economic foundations, the family is going to fall apart.
Definitely.
Am I right?
Definitely.
Yes, because that man, how is a man going to go home every day to see his wife and children, right? And knowing that he does not have the means, he hasn't got a job, can't find one, so he comes home and watches them there, sort of, he can't put food on the table. What does he do? Right? The issue of morality, for example. This is right and that is wrong. Right? Ultimately, those values are related to issues of matters of utility. Right? The things that are right are the things that will yield good consequences.
Sure.
For yourself as for others. Right? The things that are wrong are the things that will yield not rewards but punishments.
Right.
Right? Now, if you live in a so-called society in which, as the Minister of National Security here in Jamaica said, in Jamaica, the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
The minister said that.
Yeah.
Now, if that is true, then in Jamaica, you do the things that are right only if your object is to be shafted. Am I right?
It would seem so.
Eh?
It would seem so, as suggested by that minister.
I'm not hearing you.
No, I say it would seem so, as suggested by that minister.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we that little boy who did that stabbing today, was he born with that in his head? Or is it that he has been acculturated?
It is definitely a culture.
Eh?
It is definitely learned behavior.
Yes.
You know.
And he's learning it not only from criminal example, right? He's learning it from the state agencies.
He's learning it from the state agencies.
Yes, when the police go and shoot a man, and you hear that that it was a shootout, right? And people around are saying nothing of the sort happened, but they say shootout and they get away with it, right? What are you expecting that little boy? He's there, he's seeing it, and yes, he's absorbing it, and you know.
That's exactly why I made the point that we must stop teaching violence, because we must stop teaching cultivating violence.
Absolutely.
The acts of the police in that manner is
and we're not only cultivating violence, we're cultivating lawlessness.
We're cultivating lawlessness.
The former Prime Minister, Mr. Patterson, said in Parliament one day that the law is not a shackle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? If the law is not a shackle, what is it? A waste of time.
Exactly.
Okay.
But, something has to be done. We can't see our young people just being wasted like this.
Absolutely.
It's just...
Absolutely. And it isn't only the one that is dead that has been wasted.
No.
The other one too?
The other one?
Right.
Or so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is tragic in the extreme.
Yes.
To see this kind of thing happening to young people.
Yes, and you know, our teachers has to be very careful how we talk to the children of which we are in charge.
Yes.
Have to be very careful. There was a 3-year-old at a prep school.
Yes.
Preschool.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the kid did, but you know what the principal said to the kid? If you don't stop your foolishness, I'm going to box you in your face.
Uh-huh.
I mean, how can a towering 6-foot woman principal figure speak to a little 3-year-old like that?
But she's using the language of violence.
Pardon me?
She's using the language of violence.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying we must stop cultivating violence.
Uh-huh. And that student is learning that if some other student does something that he or she doesn't like, right, then she can follow the example of the principal and tell him that.
Yes.
Stop forming the house or I'm going to box you in your face. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Perkins, Miss, I think it's Una Clark, the child advocate.
Yes.
She's, you know, well-intentioned, you know. She means good. But there was a statement attributed to her that will kind of detract from that good intention. There's a lot of teenage sex and pregnancy in the schools and in the society. And her reaction to it is to charge these young girls if they're involved in underage sex.
Yes.
And I'm saying that we must target the offenders who are the grown men who are targeting these little girls, using them and abusing them sexually. Because the law is there which suggests that these girls must not, cannot consent to sex before a certain age. And if you're going to take a 12 or 13-year-old, a taxi operator, a minibus man, or a policeman, or whoever, is going to take a 13-year-old girl and abuse her sexually, impregnate her, and whatever, we are not seeing enough charges laid against these men. We're not seeing enough prosecution.
Well, first of all, it seems to me, sir, that there's an element of absurdity in what she has said.
Yes, exactly.
Because the 13-year-old girl cannot consent.
No.
As a matter of law, as I understand it.
As the law suggests.
Right? The law does not allow her to consent to sexual intercourse.
No.
Right?
So what she's...
So how is it now that when she has sexual intercourse, you're going to turn around and say, well, you consented?
No.
This seems to me to be absurd.
Cannot consent, and that's a part that I don't understand in the society, where people are going to say, well, she's consented. No, the law says she can't.
I don't follow that.
No, so there's no consent.
But beyond that, sir, beyond that, these children are growing up in a society, you see, in which a society is stripped of values, of decent values, right? The sex in Jamaica today is a means of having a few minutes of fun.
Right.
Right? And in the process, exploiting the body of some other person.
Yes.
Right? There is no commitment. It doesn't involve commitment. Once upon a time, you know, people sort of, there were the idea of people falling in love and, you know, getting married and spending the rest of their lives loyal to each other and so on. All of that done with, you know. Right? Okay? We are living in a society that is becoming increasingly depraved.
Very.
For want of good leadership.
Yes.
Right? If you look at the politics of the country, right? The politics is about somebody getting power. And if they get power, and you're on their side and help them to get power, then they will use public resources to, drop a little thing your way and so on, and probably in the process be helping themselves and so on. Yeah. The country is not being governed for the sake of Jamaica and all its people. Right?
No, it's very divisive.
We talk about the state of justice. But how in a context like that do you get justice? How in a context where, to begin with, some people are up on the top of the ladder. They live in the great houses. They're entitled to justice. For them means one thing. The other man is down there in the barracks. He is scarcely a human being. And justice for him means something else. Right? It means that if the police suspect him of being a criminal, they can polish him off and, nobody will make too much fuss about it. Right? Exactly. That is the kind of society in which people are growing up. They have no hope. They have no hope of a good life. Right? They can't look forward to anything better than to sort of, strip off their panties in the back of a bus. Yeah. And have sex with the conductor or some boy or something.
Yeah.
Right? That is what is going on.
It's very degrading,
It is disgraceful in the extreme.
The depraved, right? Promiscuous society.
Depraved,
yes. You can't imagine. Growing up, we used to hear about things happening in America, or people do stuff on the street or in the park. I would never imagine that this would really creep up on us in such a short time.
Well, it has overwhelmed us.
Yes, that we see it in so blatant fashions right around us that it's really mind-boggling,
Yes.
And we as leaders, let's say we as leaders, but leaders, people in leadership positions, have to take a step back and.
And then there is the prevailing belief that all we have to do is have a police force with enough guns and enough bulletproof vests and so on, and the matter can be solved.
That hasn't helped. We've been doing that for years, and we've been having worse violence.
Absolutely, but look at the hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
Let's get healthy. Yeah, here we go. Come on, shift to the left. Shift to the right.
With chiffon.
Spreads real easy, cooks up right, makes fluffy and light.
Shift to chiffon. Chiffon.
Spread it on now. And rich with vitamins, tastes real good. No cholesterol, no trans fat.
No cholesterol, no trans fat. Shift to chiffon. Chiffon.
Freshly made, every day, keeping healthy the chiffon way.
Chiffon.
One more time.
Shift to chiffon.
Shift to great flavor.
Chiffon.
Shift to great taste.
Chiffon.
Now available, chiffon low fat. Chiffon margarine made by Semprod must be good, yeah!
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New four-way pharmacy drugs are in the medical center. Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz. And Verson Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Vest is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8, here on Power 106 FM.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Perkins?
Uh-huh.
Perkins? I just want to conclude with one thing. I wrote you an email yesterday. I don't know if you read that one, but because I didn't get to listen in the afternoon.
Yes.
But I was talking about the Bar Association and Mr. Nicholson, AJ Nicholson. Because the Bar Association was very upset when Mr. Nicholson chided that RM for her comments about not getting accommodation at the
She wasn't an RM, she was a High Court judge.
High Court judge, sorry. Sorry. Yes. So they came down on Mr. Nicholson. And I find it very hypocritical because there were quite a few rulings that Mr. Nicholson made, which was very controversial, and they didn't come out and say anything about those.
Rulings that Mr. Nicholson made?
Yes, previously.
Oh, the Chief Justice?
A.J. Nicholson, Chief.
No, A.J. Nicholson is the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General.
Right, he's the one. Right.
Yes.
Because isn't he the one that the Bar Association was upset with because of what happened with the judge?
But you know what happened with the judge?
When she went to Westmoreland and didn't get the hotel accommodation.
Yes. She leaves Kingston. She lives in Kingston.
Right.
The Supreme Court is in Kingston. Right? And that's where she works.
Right.
But she goes out to Westmoreland to do a circuit. Right? The circuit is to start on Monday morning. She arrives at 9 o'clock on Sunday evening, expecting that a booking has been made for her at a hotel. Right? When she goes there, she finds that there is no booking. Right? And that the hotel is saying that for her to get accommodation at the hotel, she's going to have to pay the hotel fee in advance.
Yes.
Right? Now, would you be upset if that happened to you?
Of course.
So why is Mr. Nicholson, and as Mr. Phipps pointed out in a letter that was published in the Gleaner on Sunday. Mr. Nicholson isn't criticizing what the judge said, right?
Right.
He's criticizing the fact that she said it.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So he isn't saying that anything she said was factually wrong or anything like that. Nothing of the sort. But the fact that she said it in open court.
In public, yes.
Yes.
Yes. And my...
And he has not up to now, as far as I'm aware, apologized for the failure of his ministry to do what it ought to have done.
Right. And the Bar Association is correct in responding to it.
Yes.
But I'm saying that there were other things that merited that kind of response from the Bar Association, but they did not, because he did not, maybe he did not fall into their, he did
such
not...
What do you have in mind there?
Well, Dr. Neil McGill came up with one, and this is only one I'm going to talk about, came up with an idea that there's sexual harassment in the workplace.
Sexual harassment in the workplace?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And there has to be a legislation put in place to protect, especially women, against sexual harassment.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Nicholson sat in this meeting to look at that proposal and dismissed it, saying that he would not be outlawing sexual intercourse in Jamaica.
He said that what?
He would not be outlawing sexual intercourse in Jamaica.
By prohibiting sexual harassment at the workplace?
Right.
That would be outlawing sexual intercourse?
That's exactly what he said. Because Mr. Perkins, he belittled the idea by saying that sexual harassment is nothing more than whispering sweet nothings in a woman's ears. You know what I'm saying? Whispering sweet nothing in a woman's ears.
That's yes, I think I remember.
Okay.
I think I remember that.
Yes. So it trivialized the whole thing by saying that.
But whispering sweet nothings in a woman's ears is not necessarily sexual harassment.
No, but
sexual harassment arises.
It depends on
where a woman is being pressured, right? I mean, if you say some pleasant thing to a woman, I don't think that is sexual harassment. I don't think that she would regard it as sexual harassment.
Well, listen, if the idea is sexual harassment, but he is going to say no, it's sweet nothings, then that's a different thing. If you're going to say no, it's not sexual harassment, it's sweet nothings, having not heard every single comment that a man would make towards a
well, I'll tell you something, so you have to make some concessions on behalf of Mr. Nicholson. I mean, there are some things of the kind that you shouldn't be surprised hearing them coming from him.
Yeah. But it's unfortunate because this is something that's going to affect every single woman.
I'm sure.
Every single woman, and for Miss Babs Grange to support him on that, I find it very.
Oh, she supported him.
Oh yes, as a man, I find it very disgraceful for a woman to support a man on that, because these are the things that affect women at the workplace.
Yes.
I remember one day a group of women were talking, Mr. Perkins, and there was a little girl in their midst, and the women were saying to each other, "Oh, if you want to keep your job and you don't sleep with the boss, sorry for you, but me know me have to keep my job." The little girl was standing there.
Say that again.
A group of women grown-up women. We're talking on the street side, and there was a little girl, a little primary school girl in the midst. And the women were saying to each other that in order to keep their jobs, they have to sleep with the boss. Right there in front of that little girl.
Yes.
So
well, I tell you something. You know, my way of looking at that, you see, is that comes about as a result of the failure of the state to create opportunity for its people.
It comes right back to that.
Right?
Right.
Because if we had set about to create full employment, then the woman who is in a place of business or workplace and the boss forms the ass with her, right? She'd tell him, you know, where to go with it. And leave and finds herself another job in a week's time. Am I right?
That would be ideal.
Yes.
But given the economic situation...
The economic situation in Jamaica has been created by a failure of leadership.
Yes.
Right? We have not sought to create an environment that is hospitable to investment. And therefore we don't have the investment. We don't have the trained workforce. Right? And therefore we don't have the jobs.
Exactly.
Right? And when you get a job in Jamaica, boy, you have to hold on to that at any cost. I mean, it's not sufficient to do good work.
No.
Right? Because again, we do not have a highly competitive economy. Right? People are not holding on to their jobs because they're doing first-class work. Right? The consumer is paying for poor quality stuff most of the time, a good deal of the time.
Goods and service.
Eh?
Goods and services.
Yes. Right? So that is a large part of your problem.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
The worker is not valued because half the time he's holding on to his job as a result of trade union pressure and all kind of something like this, you know. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks for listening.
All the best to you. Good.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
Tasty, the original taste, yes. Everybody come get the original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, most water radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty, the original taste, yes.
Savor the flavor, freshly baked.
That's the tasty, the original taste, yes.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. What did Sister, I beg your pardon, Mother, Mama P, what did Mama P mean by saying at that meeting earlier in the week at which the candidate for Southwest St. Anne was being discussed, I gather? What did she mean by saying that that if the people down there in Southwest, or some people, refused to cooperate and led to the PNP losing that seat, that the wrath of the people of Jamaica will come down upon them? What does that mean? Does that mean that anybody who opposes or frustrates the will of the PNP will be subject to the wrath of people, of some other people who... What does it mean? It might well lead people to think, might it not, that might well lead some of her children to think that that anybody who opposes Mama P would be fitting objects of their wrath. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes?
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. My name is Dennis Wright, the GLP caretaker for Eastern
Your
Portland.
name is?
Dennis Wright.
Dennis Wright.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
The GLP caretaker for Eastern Portland.
For Eastern Portland?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Recently, there has been quite a bit of news concerning the plight of the citizens of Eastern Portland as it relates specifically to the condition of the roads.
Uh-huh.
And the impression was given by members of the People's National Party, including the Member of Parliament, that citizens were insensitive and that these citizens were out of order to have attempted to protest on Monday.
When did they say that? I haven't heard that.
There was a radio program with the Member of Parliament and myself on another station, and comments were made that were somewhat unfortunate.
Oh.
And the impression given was that the JLP local organization orchestrated the demonstration, insensitive of the plight of the persons who were going to do exams on Monday.
Uh-huh. I heard some of that.
However, I'd like to use this forum to clarify that the GLP did not mount a demonstration in Eastern Portland. The GLP, represented myself and others, were caught into roadblocks on Monday by various citizen groups who are very angry that despite months and in some section years of pleading to the authorities and the Member of Parliament for some reasonable action to deal with the condition of the roads. The impression given...
And I suppose that they must have felt too that with an election coming up, this is the time to press for something to be done.
I am not surprised, sir, because they have been complaining for some time now that they have not been able. Up to last year, they had no Member of Parliament. They could not see Mr. Rudd. He was never available to speak with them. There was no communication.
Yes. Anyway, you're saying, sir, that there was no... This was not designed by the JLP.
No, it was not.
This was citizens groups that, in their anger and frustration, decided to do something about it.
And it is important to get the message across that when things like these happen, our representation must be to give support, moral support, to various citizen group if we think that these demonstrations...
So you did give moral support to them?
I spoke in support of the demonstrators.
I follow you.
In light of the fact that I understand their frustration.
And despite the fact that it was causing difficulty for youngsters who were supposed to be...
I was not under the impression, Mr. Perkins, that it caused to that extent whereby students were not able...
But weren't there students who were not able to go and sit the exams?
Not to my knowledge.
No?
My understanding, I've spoken to a number of principals and teachers, and it was my understanding that they were directed to particular schools and they were told that if they had any difficulty, go to the nearest center.
I see what you mean.
But I'd like to state quite clearly that it is indeed unfortunate that this happened and that it is regrettable.
Yes.
However, it cannot be underscored the seriousness of what is happening in eastern Portland about the road conditions.
Absolutely, I agree.
And the impression given by authorities is about the highway, which is not related in any serious way to eastern Portland. From Port Antonio back along the coastline to Hector's River, the conditions are unbearable. And the poor taximen are lost as to what to do. They have had minor demonstrations before. They have had picketing. And if you visit the constituency and just go to the office of the Member of Parliament, the worst part of the road relates right to his office. And it is felt by many that if at least he hasn't got enough in him to be willing to at least look at the road to where his office is, it tells you how insensitive he has been to the plight.
You know, sir, I don't think that members of Parliament have very much control over this kind of thing.
I'd like to disagree with you, Mr. Perkins. I believe that
they
members
don't,
of
sir.
Parliament can
And
make
wait until you're a member of Parliament.
I'm sorry?
I said wait until you're a member of Parliament before you speak on
Mr.
it.
Perkins, I heard you earlier today mention the fact that persons represent political parties and they do not serve, or they do not serve as members of Parliament.
Yes.
I would like to disagree with elements of what you are saying. A good Labourite can also be a good member of Parliament. To be a good member of Parliament, you must first be willing to serve. You must have a desire to want to serve the people.
Yes.
And in doing so, you are going to use the various means and
you will put service to the people.
Across.
Service to the people whom you are supposed to represent above all else.
Could you repeat that for Mr. Perkins?
I said a good member of Parliament would put service to the people whom he represents and to the upholding of their rights and interests above all else. That would come first.
I believe that those are sentiments that I'd like to associate with. And I'd like to emphasize also, if the desire of a person to first be a minister or to seek some other interest other than feeling the sense of obligation to their constituents, then therefore the way they think would appear that they can do nothing.
Yes, but the fact of the matter is that the circumstances in which that member of Parliament finds himself is going to dictate that he puts his party first. Right? Because if he does not serve the interests of his party, and when the next election comes, his party drops him as the candidate, then he's out of politics. He has no hope of being re-elected.
Mr. Perkins, if you swear to uphold the rights of the citizens of your constituency, then you must be prepared to run the risk of anger and to take position.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that his survival as a politician depends upon the support of his party. And any time his party says, in the United States, sir, a candidate, a person can if he doesn't have the support of his party leader, let us say a Republican not having the support of President Bush, that doesn't mean that he loses the next election.
Mr. Perkins, you're not suggesting that if a Dennis Wright seeks to represent the people of Eastern Portland and there are disagreements within the forums of the Labour Party, you're not suggesting that Dennis Wright would be dropped immediately.
It could happen, yes.
It could.
It depends
Wright has done something.
It depends on the extent to which he irritates the leadership of his party.
But why do you see irritation in that light?
How?
Aren't you happy with our latest position, where our party leader has indicated clearly that the future JLP government...
Look, sir, I'm not talking about your party or any particular party. I'm just saying that the political system in Jamaica operates not on a basis of the MP representing his constituents, but on the basis of that MP representing his party. Right?
Mr. Mutty,
I
am saying to you again that there are two positions here. I'm saying that a good member of parliament, a good party man, can represent his constituency, while there may be minor disagreements.
What is ideal and what is practical are not necessarily one and the same, sir.
But I would not want you to be left with the impression that an excuse of that sort
It's not an excuse, sir.
is allowing persons not to get better representation.
No, it's not an excuse.
In East Portland.
It is a criticism of the political system that we have in Jamaica.
There are criticisms that are valid.
Well, that is one.
But I'm pointing out to you right now in East Portland, it's way beyond that. I am saying that the situation there shows a lack of advocacy over a sustained period.
All right, sir.
And that has to do with the individuals who represent the constituency.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Thank you.
We take a break. We come back shortly.
Reach your financial goals with a COK Golden Harvest Investment Plan with free insurance protection. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK, invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't make that stop, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, Serious Business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
You're You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online and we have some email for you.
Dear Mr. Perkins, with the utterances of Portia, I think it is time that she reads Matthew 23rd, verse 27.
That she do what?
That she reads Matthew 24, the Bible. Matthew 23rd, verses 27, and Matthew 24, verses 10. I hope you have a Bible there with you. You can read it for listeners. Keep up your very diligent work. I wonder what Matthew... There's the Bible.
I don't know what it says.
Mr. Perkins, on the matter of the Prime Minister, do you notice that every week she does or says something that will grab the headlines? Something trivial, but something that gives the media and the talk shows such as yours a lot to chat about, while the scandals pass right under their noses.
Oh.
Now, Mr. Perkins, did you read Downrich last week, Sunday?
Yes, I most certainly did.
From what I can gather, reading that article, it seems as if not even the Prime Minister knew that Omar Davis was selling Air Jamaica to Virgin.
Well, I don't know whether that is so.
Mr. Perkins, if it were not so, I was hoping that you would have spoken about it on your program, or Omar would either sue her or the PNP through Mr. Buchanan would issue some statement to the contrary. To date, and it's dated the 6th of June, Wednesday, this has not been done. So what must I think about this recent selection of the young lady in St. Anne? Is it another headline-grabbing device to hide what is happening in the House regarding the Sanders White House issue, the Air Jamaica issue, the $2 billion that still don't account for at solid waste? All those things, Mr. Perkins, and all those things that are in the papers this morning with the Auditor General's report. Jamaicans always allow these foolishness to distract them. Please do not allow your program to be used for that.
All right, so. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Perkins, in my opinion, 2 decades of prosperity has been removed from poor people in Jamaica by many devious ways. If things go as I think they will go, by next year this time, the country is going to need a team of full-time investigators who will be occupied for many years. Mr. Perkins, we are going to need 2 new prisons. And if I recall what they used to do at the Richmond prison farm, we will have a lot of hands for those idle lands. And I'm looking forward to it.
Well.
Mutty, I think the Prime Minister has made a grave error when she decided on Monday night to send that young lady to run in St. Anne. How come Dr. Finn didn't warn her about the reaction to this move? Surely the prophet must have foreseen that the people of that particular constituency would have rebelled, so that the shame which has now stuck to the face of the Prime Minister could have been averted. But did you not notice that it has become a weekly thing with the Prime Minister? That each week there is something wrong about her? Last week she cursed the media. This week she pushed this young woman down the throat of the people of St. Anne. Can Dr. Finn please warn us from his pulpit what next she will be doing in the coming weeks?
Well, I'll tell you something. You forgot to mention that in Montego Bay the other day, she referred to the people as her children.
Well, there's a mail about that. Says, yes. Mr. Perkins, you are mistaking the Prime Minister. Don't forget that Jamaica is known to have his mothers. Every barnyard has one. We have the prophet already. All we need now is the enamel basin with water and ramgoat roses and leaf of life, some bottle of cream soda, a lead pencil behind the ears, a a tape measure, and scissors, and
what is that?
The team to trump with her.
Oh no.
These are a barnyard paraphernalia.
I see. All right.
Mr. Perkins, I came upon the following definition and I thought it might be of interest to your listeners. The most successful tyranny is not the one that uses force to assure uniformity, but the one that removes the awareness that other possibilities exist. That makes it seem inconceivable that other ways do exist, viable ways. The most successful tyrannies work with stealth, deceit, and fraudulently in the people's name, and with the corruptedly maintained active participation of the venal and self-serving, to solely erode all other systems or all other ways of doing things. Even thinking about alternatives becomes taboo, illegal. The sense that people can do things in other ways than how they have been doing them over and over again with the same unsatisfactory results, that sense finally dies or becomes legend. Even trying to think about such things could lead to eternal damnation and even death in some countries. Thus reign the most successful tyrannies, where well-defined, well-articulated limits become the only accepted norm. Self-will is not appropriate. Patronage is all. Mr. Perkins, your comments, please.
Yes, I have to go through that again.
Here is it. Dear Mr. Perkins, are we to...
But I agree that an effective way of bringing about tyranny is to use deceit rather than force. If you can get people to believe that what you want them to do is what they ought to be doing, or what is most likely to benefit them, then of course they will do it. You won't have to force them to do it. And if you can make them accept the role of children and your role as a mother,
and demonize other systems, as things suggest, yes,
of course. And in fact, I mean, the first thing that struck me when I heard her referring to the people as her children is that this is a sort of her thinking was going in the direction of not of democracy but of something else. Yes.
Dear Mr. Perkins, are we to understand and by extension believe that Omar Davis sold Air Jamaica's landing rights to Virgin Atlantic without the knowledge of anyone, not even the Prime Minister? People keep blaming Omar for everything that goes wrong. Not that he is not, you know what. But what about the PM? What kind of ship is she captain of? When the underlings can do such profound things without her so-called knowledge. In all honesty, should we again allow the PM off the hook? If she is not to be blamed, or even more, then we might as well hold you, Mutty Perkins, responsible. Better pray God that he will answer the prayers of a leaderless people and not that of a so-called prophet. Dear Mutty, were you listening to Mr. Paulberg on the radio this morning?
Oh, yes, I was. And he...
Can you explain to us what he was trying to say?
Well,
As far as I could understand, he kept going round and around, never answering the question posed, and was just sort of saying to the questioner that it was none of their business.
No, I don't think that was his attitude.
He spoke about the selection process. All of a sudden, the process is important. Well, if they really followed that process, half of that party would be disqualified to run, just based on education alone. The fact is that this government does the things they do based on what suits them for their own best interest. Mr. Perkins, can you explain the selection process and what Mr. Burke was trying to say, if you understood it? Or perhaps you should get him on your program.
Look here, I thought that Mr. Burke was very good at what he was doing. In fact, I kept wondering whether had Mr. Bush been listening, he might not have wanted to offer him the job as public relations consultant to the White House or something like that. But he I mean, if he had been there when Mr. Bush talked about what do you call it?
Weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction. I mean, he would have been the one to handle that. And
lollipops.
He was very good, I thought.
At what, sir? Good at what?
Well, the PR for his party.
I think there's a break.
Right, his party he was being some very difficult and embarrassing, potentially embarrassing questions were being put to him, and he managed to sort of get around it all and emerged largely unscathed, I thought. We take a break. We'll come back in a moment.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:45.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, we're back with you.
Yes, you were speaking about the interview this morning on the selection process in the St. Anne seat.
This is with Mr. Paul Burke.
Yes, and this viewer wanted your comments on the whole St. Anne issue, Mr. Burke's performance, and also Mr. Perkins. This is another piece of mail which is asking you, I'll just read it. This morning you said that you did not wish to go any further into one of the reasons why you were in sympathy with the Prime Minister's selection in the St. Anne seat, because it seems as if it was a compromise in a situation in which none of the four people who were up for the post could have been selected. Do you know on what grounds?
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that that there are issues there, right? That are not being brought. Well, I don't know. I don't want to go down that road, because I don't want to find myself in a position of being required to prove what I cannot prove. Okay. But I think that looked at from the perspective of his party, I think Mr. Paul Burke acquitted himself quite well. He didn't sort of in any way embarrass the party, and he sought to protect the party and the Prime Minister all the way. I think he did quite well.
Here's another one about that same thing. Mr. Perkins, from what Mr. Burke said on the radio this morning, he spoke of a meeting held in the constituency on either Monday or Tuesday night by the National Select Committee, in which the four, and he used the word, the four candidates were not allowed. He used the word allowed to put themselves forward in order for this young lady to be selected. I do not understand that, Mr. Perkins. If the people in the area say they want somebody from that area to sit in the seat that, as you mentioned this morning, was won and held by the PNP for the last 30-odd years, therefore could be regarded as a safe seat, why is it that the executive from far away is saying something different? And their handling of Mr. Seymour Mullings is shameful. I am writing from Canada, but I was born in St. Anne. Mr. Perkins, I am from the district of Claremont, and when I heard who was selected, I must say it struck me with shock and awe. I do not know the lady, but I gather she used to be on TV on a program. Mm-hmm. Mr. Perkins, I heard Mr. Burke speak about the selection criteria, and he was outlining some of the grounds on which the party select its candidates. I hope that what we are not hearing is nothing more than a storm in a teacup.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope so. I rather doubt it. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Mr. Perkins?
Uh-huh.
No, sir. I am a Jamaican, you see?
Yes.
And I want to just touch about 4 little things quick with you.
Uh-huh.
Now, some times ago you talk about the Sheffield steel and the Manchester cotton.
The Sheffield steel?
During the slave trade.
Yes.
And I believe you enlightened many people about that. So when a ship left the West Indies with hose and machete and whatnot and calico and what go to several Ghana, you see? Did they get money from those chiefs for the goods or the barterhead?
Did they get money?
Mm-hmm.
For which? Did who get money for the goods?
The slave masters that according to the people that left with those things to Ghana.
Uh-huh.
And then in return bring back slaves. Bring back people who were slaves.
Uh-huh.
Did
what I was saying was that the Africans were selling slaves in order to, and in the process acquiring, technology from abroad. They were able to buy Manchester cotton cloth and Sheffield steel and the like.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, I believe you had explained to the world that in Sheffield, in England, that's where most steel things are made, like knife, cutlery, and whatnot.
Well, they was manufacturer of that kind.
Manchester is the home of cotton.
Uh-huh.
There are thousands of cotton mills there.
Uh-huh.
You see? No, they're not using cotton alone. They are spinning polypropylene, a powder into plastic things, all rope.
Whatever, yes.
And a lot.
Technology has advanced.
No. Say, for instance, Nigeria is an oil-rich country of the world today.
Uh-huh.
And there is not...
But it's one of the poorest countries in the world still.
All right.
Its people are among the poorest in the world.
There is nowhere in history ever tell anybody that one of those white men ever go up in the bushes and catch a slave.
Uh-huh.
It was never in history where it is said that any of those white men ever go in canoes. Where the hell would they know where those people were living?
Uh-huh.
It's the same black men of Nigeria.
Yes.
That catch those innocent people.
Yes, but what's the point you're making?
The point I am making that instead of somebody out here now agitating for the white men should pay money for slavery,
uh-huh.
the Nigerian people should also pay.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't think that is likely to happen.
But the same way as how the white men go there.
In any event, the Nigerians might say,
what about those that sell the slaves?
Well, but the Nigerians might say that they're giving us concessions on the purchase of Nigerian oil.
Yeah, they're going to
The
say
trouble is that it seems not to be coming to Jamaica, but to be going somewhere else.
They're going to say that, but listen, hear this now.
Yes.
History tells me, once I had passed third year, so I know a little about history. And it tells me about the land that was left here by the slaves. You see? How come it is being owned by the government of Jamaica and called Crown Lands? It should be for the people. It should for the
but Crown Lands...
The slave people coming down the generation.
But Crown Lands are in theory land owned by the people.
Owned by the people.
Yes, it's held by the government on behalf of the people.
On behalf of the people.
Yes. When the government is supposed to be the people's government. Yes, well.
And yet, if a man builds a little shack on a little piece of land, Crown Land, they go and bulldoze.
Yes, but then hold on a little bit. If the land belongs to all the people of Jamaica, how can you or I go and possess it? We're taking it away from all the... we have a share in it, but we're taking away everybody else's share and holding it for ourselves.
Then if one slave owner, for instance, left 1 million acres of land, you see, and that same slave master had 1,000 slaves, should not be that some of that land be distributed to those slaves?
Well, I don't know, sir.
And descendants coming right down here now get a place to build a little shack. Now the other thing, one thing again, you see, I heard Portia Simpson is saying that she's going to sweep from Negril Point to Moran Point, you see. I don't know if you know history, but you know in the days of Victoria there was a ruler, maybe a king in Spain named Philip, who had the Invincible Armada. And you know what an armada is, a fleet of ships. And he caused it to be written on every one of those ships struck at London.
In the days of Victoria?
Yeah. With the days of Raleigh and Hawkins and those sea dogs. And not one ship ever had a chance of seeing London. They all were smashed to shreds. So it is said, nobody should boast too much. Nobody should brag too much, because grief always comes to those that brag and boast the most. And the truth about the whole matter is this: nobody is to be too sure. No, sir. When she had her speech the other day, it was said that 2 men were shot down at Maypen. And when she came on, she did not say that she's sorry for those 2 men and their relatives, or is sorry for all the people who is dying that kind of way in Jamaica. She said about Richard Hadid, her friend. She said when she went to the hospital to look for him, Richard Hadid said, "I love you." And she said she did not know during the time of Richard Hadid's life if Richard Hadid had loved her more than her husband Errol. She said that, and the world, who listened to her heard that.
Oh.
So why could not she said she was sorry for those 2 people who had died, left young children and relatives behind?
Well, I don't know that necessarily means that she wasn't sorry about them, sir.
Then if she was, Mr. Perkins, listen. You know something? You see this man Malcolm? When somebody who is intelligent is expressing a view, he listens. And he does not cut in and interact.
Which Malcolm is this?
Where libel is concerned, well, I mean, evidently you have to stop that person. And you know what
who is Malcolm?
Huh?
Who is
Malcolm on the show that is taking over from you when
I see, yes.
This afternoon. He listens. No, it's not all of us out here are dunce, and it's not all of us are poor. One time, some time ago, a woman came on the air and she was talking about Portia Simpson when they were running, she and the other three men. And I came on afterward and I spoke a few.
All right, sir. I must take a break.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil
hair grower, help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrasan Products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrasan Products is
2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. Now for today's weather brief. There's a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This afternoon, look for isolated showers mainly over hilly areas. Also, expect windy conditions along southern parishes. In our 3-day outlook, Thursday will be mainly sunny with windy conditions mainly over southern parishes. On Friday and Saturday, expect partly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms during the afternoons. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
So, who is the lucky bride?
Lucky who? I just picked up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign? No! Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, Shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about you.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville, New 4-Way Pharmacy Drugstore and Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz, and Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Best is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Tired of living from paycheck to paycheck? Team with Incorporated Business Builders. They unlock your potential and increase your earning power with their proven business building concept. For details, email incorporatedbb@yahoo.com or visit www.incorporatedbb.com. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, sir.
Boy, you take a long time to come to me.
Yes?
Seems like you're getting very important and you don't want to talk to me again.
No.
So what's going on?
You tell me now.
I think that you let Mr. Wright a little bit off the hook.
Mr. Wright?
He's saying that the JLP have nothing to do with the road. I am a comrade. And
JLP has what?
Nothing to do with the road block. I am a comrade, but I'm not speaking from that perspective today. my problem is the arterious leg to Port Antonio of the road is financed by a grant from the EU. Now, lawmakers or potential lawmakers cannot be lawbreakers.
Oh, is that so?
No, or it shouldn't be so.
Oh, but they are from time to time. You remember Mr. Patterson telling us that the law was not a shackle?
In the context in which Mr. Patterson made that statement, it was, I will go into that, but let me finish because it may just break my thought and the whole issue. Mr. Darrell Vaz used the police radio to say that if the road never fixed or whatever...
He used the police radio?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Then it was on television. Go back to the TVJ clip.
What was on television?
When, during the roadblock, the phone that the microphone that he was talking on, and you always criticize the police, and say, oh, this and that. He took it from, it was the police that they were trying to use and clear the road.
Yes.
And he used it to make a statement, and you can get the clip from TVJ, because I don't want to quote and misquote what the gentleman said.
Yes.
But he was
Well, if you're not sure that you're quoting him accurately, you shouldn't be.
No, I am not quoting what he said, but in essence, what I made out, he was saying that if this, this I hear clear. If the road didn't fix, that it was going to be taken to another level. He was doing this when he was inconvenient children, and I am as a school board chairman and somebody was
here.
All my life.
Was Mr. Vaz trying to get the road clear?
No.
No?
No. And I am simply saying, so I did a research and wonder if this man have any child. And I find out that his child is abroad studying. And he was stopping children.
So hold on. You're saying that Mr. Vaz was not trying to clear the road?
No, he organized the roadblock.
He organized. How do you know that?
Then if the man was saying this, that if this don't happen, then by so and so, I am going to do that and that today.
Yes.
You must have some serious control to speak that way.
Hold on. Would that not be an argument for getting the people to clear the roadblock in the expectation that something would shortly be done to get the road fixed?
Mr. Perkins, don't go down that road.
What do you mean don't go down that road?
Look, man, the police was there. The police was trying to clear the road.
Yes.
Mr. Vaz was there on the television. You can ask TVJ to play the clip again and do it.
Yes.
I am no fool.
But hold on a little bit. I am putting something to you.
You're
question.
Not putting...
How do you know?
Oh, then
No. What you have described...
I sat around a television.
Look, sir. Hold on a minute.
Listen.
What you said to me, a possible explanation for it is the one that I just asked you to put the question to me about. How do you know that was not so?
You can put your spin.
I'm not putting any spin, sir.
You can put your spin.
I am saying...
I know what
I am saying, sir,
and heard around the television.
I know, yes, sir, but what you heard and what is the explanation of what you heard are two quite different things.
Well, you can explain for Mr. Vaz because I know you are an apologist for the JLP. So then...
I am an apologist for the JLP.
Everybody know where we...
And you are an apologist for?
No, I am a member of the PNP. I am not an apologist for the PNP.
And you're not an apologist for the PNP?
And if I am a PNP maverick, and I criticize the PNP sometimes more than the PNP. So
So what have you got to say? What have you got to say about the PNP regarding the state of the roads in Portland and elsewhere.
Mr. Perkins, if the PNP is out of office tomorrow, and I am involved in road at the highest level, international level too.
You are?
Yeah. If the PNP is out of office tomorrow, and if the PNP win office tomorrow, next year, less road is going to fix in Jamaica.
Less road?
You know why?
Why?
I looking through some of the cost factor on road. A ton of asphalted concrete that they call Barber Green in Jamaica, Paralands, cost 2 years ago $1,500. It can only do 10 square meters or 15 square yards. That same ton of Barber Green is costing $5,500 today. That is the type of cost. And if you look on CNN and see that there's an hurricane threatening the Persian Gulf, and you don't know where the cost of oil is going to be, and asphalt, which is the main ingredient for doing road, goes up.
They have hurricanes in the Persian Gulf?
Petroleum product.
They have hurricanes in the Persian Gulf?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
A typhoon is threatening and
typhoon.
Yeah, they don't call it hurricane in the Persian Gulf. They call it typhoon. It's going right through the strait.
Oh, is that so?
Of course. And I don't want us in Jamaica to simplify our problem. If the JLP wants...
So why did the PNP not fix the roads when the thing was cheaper? Barber Green.
The PNP had made more road in Jamaica than any other government put together.
And they've neglected more roads than any other government? Any number of governments put together?
No.
Yes?
No.
The road conditions in Jamaica.
Listen me.
Hold on.
You know that.
Hold on a minute. The condition of roads in Jamaica at the moment is the worst that it has been in my lifetime.
No. We are better.
I am saying that it is the worst that it has been in my lifetime.
I am in Kingston now, Wilmot.
Yes.
And I left this morning.
Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment for me.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
The following is an important notice from Scotiabank. Scotiabank is advising all its customers not to give personal or confidential banking information such as numbers for their savings and checking accounts, credit and debit card details to persons claiming to conduct interviews on behalf of Scotiabank. Scotiabank is now conducting a customer satisfaction survey through Decima Research in Canada, and the only information requested is the name of the customer. This is an annual survey in which the bank gathers feedback on customer service, and no financial or demographic information is requested. Additionally, Scotiabank is advising customers not to share confidential personal or bank information with persons requesting these details by telephone or email. It is not Scotiabank's policy to ask customers to verify or update personal and confidential bank account information online. Customers are therefore being asked to ignore these requests. Persons who provide confidential information, such as savings and checking account numbers or credit and debit card details, stand the risk of compromising their banking information and exposing themselves to fraud. Scotiabank is asking customers who receive telephone calls or emails that appear suspicious to contact the bank at 960-2675. That was an important notice from Scotiabank.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you from do it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Here's an important message from Worldwide Immigration Consultancy Services. If you're a skilled or unskilled worker and interested in migrating or obtaining a work permit for Canada, attend one of our 3 upcoming seminars to learn how. Saturday, June 9th, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Holiday Inn Sunsbury Resort in Montego Bay. Sunday, June 10th, 10 a.m. to noon in the Knutsford Court Hotel in Kingston. And from 3 to 5 p.m. at Ruins at the Falls in Ocho Rios. Call Worldwide Immigration at 960-8350 for more details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and U.K. landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
I am saying, if you think I am a fraud, I can tell you, when you used to be at KLAS, I lay down the tarmac and the Perchy bypass. At that time, you used to drive a Pathfinder, something looking like Arid. One of those fascinating, pretty color that Chris boy like to drive in those days, and you used to pass. So when it comes to road, I don't have to fool myself about roads and what. I left Kingston this morning, Portmore, and I go to Mandeville and a Windalco project that I'm supervising out there. And I am in my office back by 11 o'clock. It took me on Highway 2000 less than 3/4 hours, and I don't drive over 80 miles per hour.
You don't drive more than 80 miles per hour?
No, I'm not driving. On the highway I may go at 100, but not more than 80 miles an hour, and the road is so good.
Oh, is that so?
But what...
80 miles an hour?
The problem, you talk about road.
And you think that's legitimate? You think that's something right that you should be doing?
Most of the place you can drive 80. Most of the speed limit is 80.
Is that so?
Yeah. Highway 2000 is 110. And I still drive...
110 miles an hour?
Yeah, man. That's it.
No, man.
Yeah, man. That's the speed limit for Highway 2000.
No. Kilometers.
Yes, man. Make anybody call you.
110
miles per hour.
110 kilometers.
Kilometers, not miles. Not miles.
Quite
Sorry,
different.
Kilometers. Sorry.
Quite different.
So I'm simply telling you. The amount.
But hold on, sir.
Take for instance.
Hold on a little bit.
I just want to make.
Hold on.
To make one
How many miles? Highway 2000.
Yeah.
How many miles?
Yeah, man, but.
How many miles?
From Portmore to Sandy Bay.
Miles.
I made Highway 2000 from Portmore to Sandy Bay is somewhere in the proximity of about 15-20 miles.
15-20 miles. And hold on a little bit. So you're talking about that 15-20 miles of road. How many miles of road are there throughout the rest of Jamaica?
My God, you know that in Portmore alone, the amount of road that's created in Portmore for the last 10 years is like if you leave Parade and go around Negril and come right back to Hoteriot, in Portmore alone, that amount of road is created.
Yes. And what would you say? What proportion of those roads in Jamaica which constitutes hundreds of miles of road, what proportion of them would you say are in good condition?
I would say about 50%. And
50% of them are in good condition?
Yeah.
You're really serious about that?
Drivable condition.
I don't talk about drivable condition.
Good drivable
I'm
condition.
talking about good condition.
But Mutty, look at in the U.S. A lot of the roads in the U.S. are not paved.
A lot of which roads in the U.S. are
In
not
the
paved?
United States.
You mean the main roads?
Not the main roads.
Uh-huh.
Not the main roads.
Uh-huh.
The side roads in the U.S. is not paved.
That is not true.
What do you mean not true?
I tell you something.
Come on, man.
Hold on a minute. I am not telling you that they are not on...
I am not...
Hold on. I don't know. I am not telling you they are not on paved side roads in the United States. But I haven't seen any. I've been to various parts of the United States.
You don't go U.S. then. You go New York.
No.
You go New York, man. I am talking about as a road practitioner. I have gone there and say all applications.
Yes, but what I'm saying, hold on a little bit. You're talking about the road conditions under your party.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that you're comparing 20 miles. I don't know if that is accurate, but call it so. 20 miles of highway, and how wonderful it is. And against that, there are so many roads in Jamaica, all over Portland, all over St. Thomas, St. Mary, St. Anne.
But, Mutty, Jamaica is the most severe. We have the second, per square mile. We have the second best.
And the government has neglected those roads.
Road network in the world.
In appalling condition.
Wait now,
But they are...
Brethren.
Anyway, look here. I have to go. There are other people...
Before we finish...
There are other people waiting on us. We talk again another time.
I have one...
All right? Thank you very much. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I was in another bay when Portia was...
Speak up for me.
Yes, are you hearing me? Hello?
Yes, speak up.
Yes. I'm telling you that I was in another bay when Portia was on this stage talking about Mr. Golden.
Yes.
Right? And saying that he must not be trusted.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm just saying this to Jamaica. This is an eye-opener for those who did not know. But persons must come to another bay and find out about what happened in 1980 when they had this thing called roping.
Called what?
Roping.
Roping?
Right.
Uh-huh.
If you were a laborite, your house was either burnt down or stoned.
In another bay?
In another bay in 1980.
Oh?
And
burnt down or what?
Stoned.
Uh-huh.
She commanded some men in the community who were PMP supporters, diehard PMP supporters. Yes.
Hold on a little bit. Don't come with that, Mom. Okay? Don't accuse Mrs. Simpson-Miller of any such thing. All right? Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Good afternoon.
All right? Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, go ahead. Let's try somebody else. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hello?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
I want to mention something to you towards certain police, sir. Can I?
About what?
Police. The police department.
All right. About the police department.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
One certain police.
Don't call his name.
No, I won't call no name, sir.
All right.
Never do that. You believe that it is right, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
You have a car on the road. You're running taxi. You don't have a red plate. You're taking a chance. Everybody knows that when you have a red plate, you're taking a chance. Don't it, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
You're breaking the law.
breaking the law. Let's put it that way, sir. All right? You want to get a red plate. You got to try the car so you can make a money to get a red plate. In some cases. Okay. A police stop you, give you a ticket for $15,000, sir. And the ticket that he gives you for $15,000, you have to hand him the $15,000 before you can go by the car and the road, Mr. Perkins.
$15,000.
You have to give the police, sir.
Give the police, or you have to pay it in at the collectorate.
Hand the $15,000, sir. If not, you're going to court, sir. That is right, Mr. Perkins?
Well, no, that policeman is doing something wrong.
Exactly, sir. That's why I called to you, sir, to find out if that is right.
Yes,
sir.
that policeman was doing something wrong. But on the other hand, if you go to court, you probably have to pay the $15,000.
Yes, sir. You have to pay the $15,000 if you go to court, Mr. Perkins. And maybe not that much, sir.
But you'll be paying that into the consolidated fund, the government fund.
So it is right then to give the police the $15,000?
No, I wouldn't argue that at all. No.
I don't feel it right, so that's why I called to you. Somebody want to say something to Mr. Perkins? Could you hold?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Hello?
Yes? Come put him on.
I want to tell you that
You want to do what?
I want to tell you to tell Mr. Seymour Mullins not to wear back the pink tie that he wearing on this hair. Don't wear it back.
Why?
No.
What is it?
The tie that he wearing.
The necktie?
Yes.
Why?
He's in the house. No, he's a laborite. He's not supposed to wear that.
He's a laborite?
Yes.
Mr. Seymour Mullins?
Clive. The man on the laborite side here that take up a lot of things there. All the while he have on
which man on which laborite side, sir?
The House of Representatives. When he sits down there.
Mr. Seymour Mullins is not in the House of Representatives.
Not Seymour Mullins. I don't remember his name.
I see what you mean.
A pink tie there.
But he wears a laborite tie.
A PNP tie.
A PNP tie.
Yes. Tell him not to wear it back again.
I see what you mean. Why?
I don't like to see him in that one.
Huh?
A PNP tie.
What makes it a PNP tie?
That color one that he have on there, orange.
You mean the PNP owns that color?
Yes. A lot of color they have, but that one too bright. Don't wear that one. They have a lot of color. They have about 4 colors.
Is that so?
Yes, they have yellow, orange, red, all type of color.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, but tell him to get a green.
And that is their property. And nobody else must wear them.
Yes.
I'll follow you.
That is it.
All right, Mom.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow. Usual time, usual place, and we look forward to your company. So long.